professionally framed and displayed as part of our first one, Board of Education Purchase Prize by Miss Ayanna Taylor, Olivia Pinkowski, Pinkowski. Sorry, is Olivia here? No,
She's not able to be here.
she is not able to be here. All right. Would you like to come up and?
We have some stuff we could.
You do? Okay. Please send me.
So this year's Board of Education Purchase Prize and Superintendent's Purchase Prize went to Olivia Piankowski. My hair isn't perfect in Unfair Responsibilities. Both acrylic paintings are part of Olivia's AP Art investigation, where she explored the many societal expectations women feel pressure to follow. Olivia hopes that by seeing these images from a woman's perspective, viewers will understand and be more sensitive to their impact on women. Olivia will be attending Albertus Magnus in New Haven, studying psychology in the fall, then eventually art therapy in their graduate program.
And this year's Windsor High School Purchase Prize, selected by our principal, Dr. Breon Parker, went to Rochelle Baran, who is here, for her acrylic painting, Beneath the Skin. From her AP statement, this piece represents strength, beauty, and vulnerability that come from my roots and continue to shape who I am from within. The flowers are symbolic, representing the natural rights of migrants and the national flowers of where my parents are from. I utilize the color blue to show unity as well as to highlight the feeling of balance. With my artwork, I want to show pride for my identity, my culture, and most importantly, my family. Rochelle will be attending the Manchester Community College in the fall to study dental hygiene. Congratulations, Rochelle. In the front.
Oh, in the front. This one.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
Nice work.
Let's go.
Everyone's ready? And 1, and 2, and 3. Thank you.
And now we have, congratulations to both. I know Olivia couldn't be here, but congratulations to her as well. Now we have next on the agenda, announcement for Windsor Educator of the Year and Para-Educator of the Year.
So, I do not see our para educator of the year or our teacher of the year, so we will move this to September so that we can properly recognize them.
Sounds good. Okay. Moving on with the theme of recognitions and acknowledgements, we have a presentation from CABE, the Bonnie B. Carney Award for Excellence in Educational Communications. For many things here, we do have Patrice McCarthy here from CABE, and I'll have Dr. Haiti share.
No, I think I'll for now. Good evening. It is a great honor to be here with the Windsor Board of Education, and great congratulations to your superintendent, to the Board of Education, and to your staff for these 3 awards that you will receive tonight. CABE has been honoring school districts with the Award of Excellence for Educational Communications since 1975. In 2016, the award was renamed in honor of longtime CABE staff member Bonnie B. Carney in recognition of her 47 years of dedication to education focused on communications. With these awards, CABE's goal is to identify and honor the hardworking people in school districts for their continuing effort to communicate effectively. In order to receive a Bonnie B. Carney Award of Excellence for Educational Communications, entries must meet all of the following criteria. First, the general criteria, which includes clarity of message, image, and consistency. And second, the specific guidelines of readability, editing, graphics, type, format, presentation, design, and value of expenditure. I'm happy to present the Windsor Public Schools with the Awards of Excellence in 3 projects. First, the newsletter, Windsor Pulse newsletter, which reinforces the dedication to excellence, celebrates innovation, and showcases the work of educators and students. Second, a special project, the Windsor Mobile Classroom. This classroom was not only featured on TV, but even more importantly, it visited the CABE CAPS convention this past fall. And it was truly a delight to be able to see how wonderfully equipped that classroom is. And I was pleased to see it parked out here tonight. It addresses access and transportation and helps to build community partnerships and is truly a unique project. The second special project is the Instructional Core Wheel, right up there, your North Star. And that is your visual embodiment of values and aspirations in the school district. It includes your mission, your profile of a graduate, daily practices to cultivate critical thinking, and global readiness and Tier 1 instruction. We commend you for the work that this district has done and the support that you have shown for these communications activities. They are critical to ensuring that the image of your district is reflected throughout the state and throughout the nation. So congratulations.
I get plaques, yay. You know what we'll do? Let's come around for a photo.
Okay.
Everyone come around and then we can share holding them. How's that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these plaques are all Dr. Heidi, so she should hold them all.
There you go.
Okay, and 1, and 2, and 3. Thank you.
President
so
Taylor,
Yes.
before we move forward, can we just go back for just a second? I was just told that we usually just announce who they are, the Para Educator of the Year, and then in September, we would recognize them.
Okay, hold 1 second. I think, did you want
I-
to speak to this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
you
can
wanna
wait.
Okay, so we'll go
Yeah,
back and
yeah,
then we'll go
that's more
forward.
important.
Okay.
Ms. Batchelder? Yes.
Okay, so we, like Dr. Haiti said, we acknowledge and want to let the board know who our Teacher of the Year and Para of the Year are for 2026, 2027, and they will come to our September board meeting. You will also see them both at Convo Nation, where they'll give a speech. However, You can absolutely read their bios on it, but our Educator of the Year for 26-27 is Joe Oblong. Is it together? Got it. And our Para of the Year for 26-27 is Sam Dukes. Note that they're both from Windsor High School, so they got a lot of celebrations this year, so that was a lot of fun. And I can't wait for you all to meet them because they are both wonderful, wonderful educators.
Thank you. No problem. Back to congratulations to both. Thank you for all that you do. And then we'll go back to 2C, Mr. Lockhart.
Thank you. I just want to say, Madam Chair, thank you to Patrice McCarthy. She's the Executive Director of Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, to come to and provide these type of awards. Mr. Panos, you remember when I brought up the wild idea about us telling our story as a Windsor School District and really, really embracing CABE and embracing the supports that they provided for us. That's when we really began telling our story as a Windsor Public Schools to the state and to the country, and being recognized for the actual good work that this board and the superintendent and staff do year after year after year after year in comparison to our peers. So we started this in 2017. The wall outside of this room is starting to fill up with a lot of good recognitions, and it's really, really highlighting the good work and what the board is doing to support the sitting superintendent at that time. So Patrice, thank you for being here. I'm very, impartial to CABE for certain reasons, but I've never had it, had the executive director come in to present to us like this. So thank you so much for coming and being with us this evening.
I concur. Thank you so much again, Patrice, for coming out. You're very welcome. We'll move forward in our agenda with audience to visitors. I'll have Ms. Daly read her speech.
Good evening. This is Robin Daly from the Superintendent's Office. If anyone from the public would like to address the board, you may do so in two ways. You may type your name, address, and comment into the Q&A feature in the Zoom application, or you may speak by clicking raise hand or dialing *9 within the Zoom app. When you are called on to speak, you will be given 3 minutes to state your name, address, and comment. Please do not place the call on speakerphone. No comments can be made against the employees of the school district or children outside of your own, and no comments will be made by the board at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Is anyone online?
At this time, although there are attendees, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you so much. Just letting everyone know in the boardroom and online, if anyone decides to speak, that you have 3 minutes to speak, as you mentioned. At the 2:30 mark, Mr. Lockhart will hold up the red card briefly to remind you to wind down your comments. And then at the 3-minute mark, he'll hold it up permanently to let you know that you should wrap up. And if you're online, he'll let you know to go on ahead and wrap up verbally. So is there anyone, since we don't have anyone online, we'll ping pong back to the room. Is there anyone in the boardroom that wishes to speak? Oh, no, you don't have to raise your hand, honey. You just come one at a time to the table, write your name and your address down, and say who you are, and then your time will start once you start speaking after that. Okay. I appreciate that you raised your hand, Windsor Public School students.
So, good evening, everyone.
One quick, Emily, just make sure you sign in. You don't have to do that now. You will? Okay. All right, good.
Push the mic over, too.
Yes.
All right, is this good? All right, so good evening. My name is Emily Kiki Romero Lewis, and I'm the student body president at Windsor High School, and I recently graduated. I'm speaking today on behalf of the dozens of students who have worked hard to achieve their honor cords. I'm advocating not only for the class of 2027, but the many students in the years that are yet to come. While yes, in concept, a simple GPA honor cord would be more inclusive, it diminishes the hard work of those who achieve the excellence of receiving A's for 6 semesters in those specific departments. At our recent honor cord ceremony, which I attended, I witnessed students who'd never received honor cords or received the honors recognition at school. Whether it be in physical education, music, or world language, students who excelled in specific departments were recognized for their ability. I witnessed the students who never had a 3.0 but could still receive a math department cord, a career and technical education cord, or a social studies cord. I urge the Board of Education to think about those students who don't have the GPA but could still get the departmental cord. In my personal opinion, I believe it is imperative to keep the departmental cords. I believe it'd be both inclusive and functional to use both GPA cords and departmental cords, or if there's some other way we could implement a new system for honor cords. Please hear us, and I just want to introduce the other students who came here who are advocates for not only their year and the years beyond. Maya White, Victoria Acevedo, and Brianna Stewart have done an amazing job planning this and putting this together so we could come and advocate for the students. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Maya White. I am an upcoming senior, the top 6% of my class, involved in both the National Honor Society and Rho Kappa. I've played volleyball at the high school for 4 years, 3 years varsity. I am a connections leader, a part of the Leadership Council of the Windsor High School Gospel Choir, and the secretary for class of 2027. I have come here today to talk about the honor cord system change. I've submitted a letter to Dr. Haiti, President Taylor, and Dr. Parker, and now I would like to share some key highlights from that letter with you all today, in hopes that you would reconsider your decision. First, I don't feel that this decision was made with all students in mind. Why should the system align closely with the honors distinctions used by colleges and universities when we are still high school students? When we graduate and students plan to go off to college, we'll get the college system there and get a chance to experience that type of award. Secondly, by eliminating departmental cords and keeping NHS, Rho Kappa, JROTC, and the Spanish Honor Society cords, it creates an even bigger barrier than what was believed to be a big barrier before. In addition to that, recognition of cumulative GPA is very exclusive because, if anything, kids who have lower than a 3.3 will easily be recognized because they won't have anything around their neck, which may not truly reflect their 4 years of academic effort. Third, departmental cords allow students to be recognized for specific work done in social studies, English, math, science, PE, music, art, language, CTE, and the list goes on. The Honor Society organizations are overall recognition, while departmental cords are recognition for specific areas of study. For example, say a kid doesn't have a 3.3 GPA, yet still has maintained an A for 6 semesters in art or in science. They would not be recognized at all. Fourth, in order to get into those organizations, you need to have a specific GPA and/or show good grades in all of your classes. Some students were not accepted into Honor Society organizations and still had excellent grades in many of their classes. So once again, recognizing people who are only in those organizations would create a larger barrier. Overall, I hope you all reconsider your decision, and I hope something that I've said resonates with you. Why salute 10 students when you can salute 110? Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Victoria Acevedo Gavin, and I'm an incoming senior. I strongly believe that the old honor cord criteria was well made and helped so many students feel proud of their accomplishments throughout their high school career. I understand that here at Windsor High School, we try to pride ourselves in inclusivity and being a loving community. But how can we do that while removing a system that has been in place for more than 20 years and has done nothing but acknowledge students' successes and hard work? This new system would not only remove that, but also remove people's determination to succeed. Because what's the point of working so hard knowing you will be put at the same level as other students who did not work even remotely as hard to achieve what you have? I strongly believe that the old cord system is an important push for students to try and get as many cords as they can, while also allowing them to showcase their achievements during their graduation ceremony. Thank you.
George Slate, 74 Ethan Drive. Sent you guys an email. The highlights, last night Town Council made supposedly $750,000 cuts to the town side, but they're non-existent cuts because they're all going to be paid for out of the rainy day fund. But evidently they said, your $1 million cut is for real. I think that you should take on the challenge. If you're going to make your cuts, do it one-time projects, capital ones. When you run out of money, go ask for it. Driving over here, the phrase that ran in my mind was, if not you, who? You challenge your students. Why wouldn't you be up to this challenge to ask for what you need? And why accept defeat before entering the ring? Real reason for me to come was to talk about the $1 million cut in a different way. I think you should reduce your one line item, your increase in $1 million for medical costs. Evidently, that was an actuarial input. You should use all of it for medical copays, increase them. That's not a new idea. That's exactly what you did for the current fiscal year. That, unfortunately, was an end around of the first year of the new 3-year contract. For a family of 3, you eliminated the full pay increase with those increased copay premiums. I contemplated coming here at some point to comment about that, decided against it, but my comment would have been about one word: morale. Evidently, it was quite a gigantic shock to the teachers when they learned about how much their copays increased and that their pay raise evaporated. But why does this matter? Well, there is the phrase, fool me once, blah, blah, blah. Evidently, the union negotiators never contemplated the need to negotiate medical copays. I'm positive that will never happen again. That will always be in the contracts. There will be lock-in on that particular component. Finally, I'm not sure what you're going to do, but do you really want to cut back on the product you ended up with in your budget process?
Good evening. My name is Naomi Champlain, and I live at 202 Oak Village Circle. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Naomi Champlain, and I'm a 6th grade student at Sage Park Middle School. Earlier this month, I was officially identified as gifted and talented. I was proud of that accomplishment, but it also made me think about something bigger than me. I have attended Windsor Public Schools for 7 years. During those 7 years, I've earned excellent grades, received academic awards, participated in enrichment opportunities, served on the Superintendent's Student Council, joined clubs like TSA, performed in orchestra, participated in sports, volunteered in my community, and worked hard to be a positive representative of my school. When I was finally identified as gifted and talented, I started learning more about the gifted education. That's when I learned that Black girls are one of the most underrepresented groups in gifted and talented programs across our country. I also learned that Black girls often demonstrate the same academic potential, leadership qualities, creativity, and brilliance as students who are identified at much higher rates. As I reflected on that, I thought about my own journey. I wasn't identified in kindergarten, or 1st grade, or 2nd grade, or 3rd, or 4th, or even 5th. I was identified at the end of 6th grade due to my parents advocating for me. The identification was new, my abilities were not. That makes me wonder, how many years of evidence should it take before a student's gifts are recognized? How many other students are demonstrating their potential every day but have not yet been identified? And how many students might never be identified if they do not have parents who know how to ask questions and request meetings on their behalf? One of the things I shared during my evaluation was that I sometimes felt like schoolwork was repetitive and that I wanted more challenges. This year, when my culinary teacher went out on medical leave, I asked to spend that time attending a 7th grade math class instead of sitting in study hall. I didn't ask for an easier class, I asked for a harder one. Because some students aren't trying to avoid difficult work, some students are searching for it. When people talk about educational equity, they often focus on helping students who are struggling. That is important, but equity is also about making sure students who are ready for more have access to challenge and opportunities to grow. As a Black and Indigenous student, I understand that I stand on the shoulders of people who have fought for opportunities they were often denied. Because of their sacrifices, I feel a responsibility to work hard, use my gifts well, and make the most of every opportunity I am given. I also believe schools have the responsibility to recognize potential and create pathways for students to reach their fullest potential. Because somewhere in Windsor right now, there's another student whose gifts are already showing themselves. My hope is that they will be challenged, supported, and encouraged as soon as their potential begins to shine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brianna Stewart. Like most students, when I found out that the cord system was changed to be based off of GPAs rather than departmental cords, I was devastated. Knowing that the discussion was one that was starting to gain traction within the community, I decided to create a Google form in which students' opinions could be recorded and shared with their superintendent, Dr. Haiti. While I'm very thankful for Dr. Haiti's willingness to listen to our concerns, I think it could also be helpful for members of the Board of Education to be aware of the findings as well. Out of 114 responses, 56.1 were juniors, 25.4 were seniors, 10.5 were freshmen, and 7.9 were sophomores. As a junior myself, the glaring disdain for this change has been prevalent within the Windsor High School community, with some students claiming this new policy is doing the exact opposite of being more inclusive and equitable. When given an opportunity to rate how much they like the new cord system on a scale from 0 to 10, the average rating was 1.289, with 69.3 voting 0. Additionally, students were given a section where they could give ideas for new policies. This form was anonymous, so students could say their full truths without feeling restricted, so credit cannot be given. However, some ideas that I believe could be a good idea would be implementing both of the policies, current and new, and have one big ceremony. Implement the new policy, but have the individual departments such as mathematics, science, CTE, etc., revise their requirements for how a student can get a cord. These cords could then be awarded at a separate, more informal ceremony or packaged with their caps and gowns, with GPA cords awarded at the actual honor cord ceremony. At the very least, keep the current system while until the class of 2027 graduates, so that you can have a year to come up with a better functioning and more effective policy that satisfies the majority of the school population. Dr. Haiti was given access to these responses, so if members of the board would like to go through and read the responses themselves, that information is available. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak here on behalf of my community and urge members of the board to rethink their decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Delsky. I'm a resident at 16 Pine Cross Drive. Good evening, Board of Ed members. I am here tonight not only as a resident, but a teacher from Pequannock Elementary School, and I am the co-president of our Windsor Teachers Education Association. Over the past several months, there has been a narrative in our community that the additions included in the proposed Board of Education budget were merely wants rather than needs. As the educators who work with Windsor students every day, we respectfully disagree. Unlike many budgets that are built behind closed doors, Dr. Haiti's proposed budget was developed after extensive conversations with staff, administrators, families, and community members. She surveyed employees, met with principals, visited classrooms, attended team meetings, and spent countless hours listening to those of us who do the work every day. The priorities reflected in this budget do not come from theory, they come from the people who are serving Windsor's children. When educators were asked what we needed most, the answers were clear. We asked for additional support for student behaviors and mental health. We asked for better coverage when staff are absent so that services to students are not interrupted. We asked for support in special education. We asked for the resources necessary to continue delivering the high-quality education that Windsor students deserve. The proposed additions addressed those needs. The paraeducator substitutes are not a luxury. They ensure that students with disabilities continue receiving the services that they are legally entitled to receive. The additional social worker and BCBA are not extras. They are critical supports for students whose academic success depends on behavioral and mental health interventions. These positions also help the district bring students back from costly out-of-district placements and saving taxpayer dollars while providing services closer to home. As teachers, we understand the responsibility that comes with asking taxpayers to invest in public education. We also understand the cost of not making those investments. Strong public schools are not only good for children, they are good for communities. Study after study has shown that communities with strong public schools experience higher property values, stronger economic growth, and greater demand from families looking to move into those communities. Quality schools are often cited as one of the primary factors families consider when they are purchasing a home. Strong schools attract families, support local businesses, and contribute to the long-term vitality of a town. We recognize the difficult financial decisions facing the town and the Board of Education. However, we ask that any reductions be made with a clear understanding that the items included in this budget are not simply enhancements or wish list items. They are investments in students, in our educators, and investments in the future of Windsor. As educators, we are proud of the work happening in our schools. We see every day what our students are capable of achieving, and we know what it takes to help them succeed. We respectfully ask that you continue to support the resources necessary to maintain that progress and ensure that Windsor remains a community where families want to live, students want to learn, and educators are proud to serve. $1 million cut is not just simply a line item on a spreadsheet. It is services, it's supports, it's opportunities, and it's people. Before any reductions are made, we ask that the community understand exactly what the students stand to lose. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that wishes to speak? Anyone online?
There are no attendees with their hands raised.
Okay. Unanimous decision to close audience to visitors?
Yes.
Okay. Audience to visitors is now closed. Thank you all for speaking tonight. Moving right along in the consent agenda, is there anything that needs to be pulled?
Could you pull the food financial report?
Food and financial?
Food, yeah. It's food service.
Okay.
Favorite.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Is there a motion?
Move the Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 4B, the enrollment report, and 4D, the human resources report.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. There is a motion.
Oh, no,
Sir, go ahead.
oh, did I say, the financial?
You
report?
wanted financial report and food services. I moved B, enrollment, and
Well, I don't need the financial report.
You don't?
myself,
Okay.
so, sorry.
No problem.
So may I strike my motion?
Sure.
So you wish to just pull 4C, correct,
Yes.
sir? Madam President.
Yes.
Move the Board of Education approve consent agenda items 4A, financial report, 4B, enrollment report, and 4D, human resources report.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it. Motion carries 8-0-0.
Move the Board of Education approve consent agenda item 4C, food services report.
Second?
Okay. Discussion. Mr. Panos?
Did you, Ms. Batchelder, could you explain the red over here that is on the That is to say, the net income is down for May at 118,000. And in general, what is the contribution to negative income of the meals not paid, if you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the second one about the meals?
Yes,
The
about
debt?
the meals that are not paid, that people have not paid. In other
Yep.
words, when they go in, and as we've had this problem with students, certain students not having enough money in there, yet we are required by state law
Yes.
to service them again. So what is your estimate of that loss
Oh, okay, sorry.
compared to this? And could you explain the red?
So, yeah, the red, it's been here for a few years now. So we have been operating with very large amounts of money from the COVID time period. The state and federal government gave us a ton of money to offset all of the free meals that we gave to students, families, all through COVID, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We are trying to spend down that money the past few years. So that's why you see the negative, because we do not bring in as much as we spend, because we're trying to spend down the money that we received during the COVID timeframe. And the state has given districts some leeway for a few years to get the money expended, and there are very strict rules on how we can spend it. The only things we can spend it on is more of a beautification of our school food kitchens, any equipment we need for kitchens. It has to be in our cafeterias, how we spend the money. So we've been doing that over the past few years.
So you can't cover a budget shortfall.
No. No, we
That wasn't
can't.
my main point, but I couldn't avoid that. Thank you. And the rest of it?
Yeah, as of the last day of school, we were looking at about 75,000.
And is that included in here?
No,
Okay.
we talked about that last
That would- Could we have that as a line item for next year,
Like in our budget?
if it's going to continue? Would you-
in our general fund budget, or
No, here.
reflected here? I mean, it can't be within the financials, because
Okay.
it's not, it can't offset anything, because what we are paying out versus what our sales are, the negative is within those dollar amounts. But what I can do is just do a line here, if you want, just to note it somewhere.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But it
just
does have to
keep
be
it-
separate from
Okay.
financial.
Yeah. I would like that with others. Yeah.
You asked last meeting, and I gave you the possible repercussions of it, but nothing was ever like solidified to do it, so.
Okay, thank you.
So am I now doing that? I just want to make sure I'm doing what the board wants for next year. Am I now adding this?
Yes, I would like it to be added as an item someplace.
What
Here?
what are you asking to be added? The deficit of
The
the
deficit,
school, the
right.
school debt? At what cadence are you trying to get that?
At what?
What cadence would you like that?
Oh, monthly?
As a whole dollar amount?
Yes,
Or-
yeah, whole dollar amount.
Okay.
Ms. Fokker? Go ahead.
Would it, I can report on it once a
During-
month
Like-
during
During
my
your-
weekly.
Sure.
I just want to make sure we're kind of
Yes.
protecting a little bit of.
Correct. Yes, I don't want it printed. I don't want it printed. And I understand we've talked about that before, so if you can share during your monthly, superintendent's report, I will agree to that. But I know we don't want that printed.
It's public money.
Well, then they can listen to the meeting and hear it.
It's public money, so it should be known.
Okay, and then she can share that during her report.
Yeah, I'll share it during my report. It will be recorded. People can,
Well,
Not hiding the information.
all right. I mean,
Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
I don't know why hiding. Anyway.
What I was going to say was that I have Dr. Haiti reported, what I'm hearing Ms. Batchelder say is that it's hard to match the revenue taken in and to compare it with what we're losing. It might be some lag. Is that an understanding? That's how I received the information.
Yeah, so what I was saying is I just can't show it within the financials because it'll throw everything off, because it's not something we track within our expenses and revenue because it's already built in. Because we're gonna purchase the food, whether those
Students pay for it or not.
individuals pay the lunch or not. We have to buy the food, we have to serve the food, and so we have to pay all of our expenses. The revenue we get in is another line item. So I can,
I see.
I don't think it's a good idea to show it, because
Okay.
just from years of like doing this, I feel like once we start showing it as a lump sum, then someone is gonna ask. We'll break it up by school. We'll break it up by class. And then we're gonna start nitpicking, breaking up this total, and then it's gonna become possibly obvious who the student families are, and that's what we can't
Well,
be out there in public.
Well, you know, we did go through the trouble of creating a policy in order to encourage, participation and payment. And so it is somewhat important. This could become quite large, right? Potentially, if everyone finds, you say, well, gee, you don't have to pay.
so we have been implementing this policy. So this is the first year that we've passed that policy. And I can tell you, because I get a lot of really upset parents, because field trips that are not totally educational in nature and require a huge down payment or payment for the trip, we don't allow students, if they have a debt, to go on those trips unless they make a payment toward their debt. So we've been implementing graduation class. This is our first class that we held. They could not walk if they don't pay their debt. So we're doing everything we can with the understanding that there are some families who just cannot. Like, I personally paid a bunch of students' debt because they were not going to walk for graduation out of my own pocket. So there are some cases that we just, yeah.
Can I ask a quick question on this? So
Ms.
we have,
Davis.
thank you. So we have $10 to spend for lunch, right? And we're asking the kids to purchase lunch? Is that what we're? So I'm just trying to make it simple. So we get an X amount of dollars to pay for lunches, right? We have to buy it no matter what.
The food.
The food.
Okay, yep.
Right? So then we're asking the kids to be able to pay for that, to recoup that money.
Correct.
Okay.
And, all, like, everything that makes the food service department run. So all the labor, the food. Yeah.
I have a thought. I don't buy the slippery slope argument in life, because I believe you can take a step and then choose to stop. I understand your point. I understand that if you get fine enough grain data, you can start to get personally identifiable. I got that. I don't accept that the first step down a path inherently means second, third, fourth, fifth. I am perfectly comfortable saying take one step down the path, stop. So I don't buy a slippery slope in any context. I would also offer that in our town, the budget has been shot down twice. And anything that fails to have glowing transparency can create bad optics. So if we care about this number at all, I would simply suggest that we put it in writing. Because not putting it in writing can be used by people who want to shift the outcome of the vote, and they've been very effective.
Anyways, thank you so much. Anybody else? Anybody else like to speak to this? Okay. The motion on the floor is on the food service report. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstention? Okay. Great. The motion carries 701. Approval of minutes. Ms. Sauter.
Can I ask a question of clarity of the previous discussion? What was the decision on that?
It would just be
I'll
reported,
do whatever the
reported.
President Taylor
She'll
asks us
report
to do.
in her monthly report to us.
Good. Dr. Hattie. will
Is it
report.
weekly?
No, no, no.
Monthly. We meet monthly.
Okay, to us, not the, okay.
It's in public.
Just a verbal, it'll be verbal, it won't be written, is what we're saying.
In public, so it will be recorded and it will be in the minutes.
I don't know,
Publicly
I'm not
available.
sure what that difference is, if it's in public and recorded and just have it, here for visual. I don't know what the difference is.
Thank you. Ms. Sauter?
I move the Board of Education approve the minutes of the May 19th, 2026 regular meeting.
Second?
Okay, there's a motion. Is there any edits on the minutes for May 19th, 2026 regular meeting that anyone has? Are there any edits for the unapproved minutes for May 19th, 2026? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstentions? The motion carries 800. Thank you very much. Student representative report. Andrew.
Hello, everybody. Hello. All right, so the 2025 to 26 school year officially came to a close yesterday, marking the beginning of the summer break for students across the district. The class of 2026 celebrated graduation at the Bushnell in Hartford on June 9th, recognizing the completion of their high school careers. Following the ceremony, another successful project graduation event was held at Windsor High School, providing graduates with a safe and memorable celebration from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Students in all other grade levels completed their final exams last week, with makeup exams taking place yesterday, thus officially concluding the academic year and beginning their summer vacation. From June 18th to June 21st, qualifying Windsor track athletes will participate in outdoor nationals at the University of Pennsylvania, representing Windsor against top athletes from across the country. Looking ahead to the summer, the Fresh Start program will begin to take place in July, providing incoming freshmen with an opportunity to become familiar with Windsor High School, connect with peers and staff, and gain an early introduction to the opportunities and resources available to them. Incoming seniors who plan to attend college or university following graduation will spend the summer preparing college applications, finalizing SAT scores, and beginning the next stage of the admissions process. I would also like to take a moment to voice my support for the students who spoke earlier regarding issues with the new honor course policy. I believe that any additional logistical challenges associated with offering more honor cords are outweighed by the pride and sense of accomplishment they provide students. As a school district, we should strive to expand opportunities for students to feel recognized and celebrated for their achievements rather than to reduce them. As the 2025 to 26 school year comes to a close, students can look back on a year filled with academic achievement, athletic success, and community engagement. I recognize that this school year was not without its challenges, particularly for the Board of Education and Windsor Public Schools staffs, as they navigated significant and unexpected staffing changes. On behalf of the student body, I would like to thank Windsor Public Schools faculty, staff, administrators, and Board of Education members for their continued support, dedication, and commitment throughout the year. Your efforts have helped ensure that students continue to learn, grow, and succeed despite the challenges faced along the way. So, yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
We do have your your replacement certificate.
Oh, nice.
Edited and signed for you. I know we spoke last month, but anyone have any remarks for Andrew for his last meeting? Last meeting? Mr. Rucker?
Thank you for your commentary. Thank you for serving this past semester, and congratulations on graduating from Windsor High School. And we wish you nothing but the best with the next chapter of your life. I'm not going to say good luck. I'm going to say do well, because I believe you're prepared.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think your family should be very proud of you. You're going on to become a billionaire. Is that the idea? Is it financial? I'd say. He doesn't want to do, what do we call it? Control stuff, right? You have a family business, right? Your father has a business and controls testing, right? But,
yeah.
But you want to go on for the big money, is that? Well, I admire you. I admire you. This is a tough thing to walk away from. We enjoyed having you here. You're
Thank you so much. I enjoyed being here. Yeah.
So, we'll miss you. If you
miss all of you guys as
want
well.
this job back, you can come back in the September.
It's like, I already walked. You didn't have to be here, Andrew, but you did, so thank you for being here.
Of course, guys, of course.
Thank you. Awesome. Appreciate it. Alrighty, moving right along to my report, which is short and sweet. Attended the graduation, as I do year after year, and it was very special. It's always special, but it's very special when you have direct connections to the students, and so it was great to see folks like Andrew and Ms. Romero and and others walk across the stage. A spirited bunch. It was really, really awesome to see all of you showcase your talents for that one last time. And the video was really, really cool, I thought, this year as well. Very nice to see. And there was others there. I don't want to shout someone out because I don't want to miss anyone, but wave your hand if you were there. I know you were there, and you were there, and you were there, yes. Yes, Andrew, you were there.
I saw him there.
You were there.
I recognized you.
Right, exactly. A really, really great night. Really good night of weather, because I always worry that it's going to pour and we're all going to get rained on, but we always get a really good night of weather.
I saw Emily.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
We heard her.
Yes, we did hear her sing. Great job. Great job. Also, the promotional for 8th graders at Sage Park, wonderful experiences there. And there was promotions and step up, happening across the district, which is always so cute to see the pictures of the kiddos as they are excited to go on to the next school here in Windsor Public Schools. So it's always great to see those. Things have been wrapping up, going to all of the community events and, of course, the art show. I know Olivia wasn't here, but I saw her over the weekend at a grad party, and I had to commend her again. By sheer luck, we picked the same person for ours, and Dr. Parker picked, the other young ladies, and it was really hard to choose. I'll say that because it was such great talent, and I personally wanted to take mine home, but they said I couldn't do that. But anyway, so we'll find a place for it right here in this building. Great talents there. I say it all the time. I draw in stick figures, so anybody that can do anything like this, I really hats off to them. It's been really, it's bittersweet at the end of the year because things are kind of just coming to a close, but I also want to say the pools are grand opening. Everyone just be really, really safe. We have some amazing lifeguards across the state. We're in a deficit of lifeguards, so I just wanted to do a quick plea about lifeguards, but I do see that Windsor has a really great, a huge group of folks that have decided to come back. A lot of graduates are coming back to serve as lifeguards, and we really need them there. Project graduation was awesome. It was a really great night. I get tired, but it's so loud and fun that I didn't realize I was tired till I got home. So shout out to the parents and the committee for Project Graduation. That is the thing that I really try to champion, and it's a great thing to keep all the students safe. That has been going on for decades. I participated in Project Graduation in the 90s, so let's keep that going. They are now officially a 501c3, so they're like official now. So don't wait till the last minute to donate. You can always do that. And then last but not least, I went to the WEF breakfast, and I think some other folks were there, but I just didn't see them. I only saw Nathan in person because I know that he's on the board. And it was great to see the turnout there. Couldn't even get a seat. It was so packed. So thank you all for coming out and supporting WEF, because they do a lot of great things in conjunction and above and beyond what we can do here at the board. Any questions for me on my report? Okay. Awesome. I'm going to look for a motion.
Move to extend the current hybrid meeting format for 2026-2027 school year for board members and the public for regular board meetings, including special meetings and finance committee. Policy, curriculum, and long-range planning committees would be virtual. Executive committee meetings would be decided by the BOE president.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you for the motion. Thank you for the second. Discussion. Anybody can popcorn out if you want about this. We've been doing it a while. COVID.
Yeah. Got to make it permanent someday.
Yeah.
Don't you think it
Should
should
we?
get up to the times, you know?
I would love to.
Makes it more accessible to everybody.
You want to edit the motion? Oh, I see Mr. Halleck. So let me listen to Mr. Halleck, and I think we should change the motion. But go ahead.
I was actually just going to say basically what Mr. Panos was saying, that, we definitely need to make it a formal policy. So I don't know if it needs to go, we should probably send it to the policy committee. So if I can make that motion to send it to policy, so that we can start the process of getting a formal policy on this.
But for now, you want to
Yeah.
just extend it.
You want to, okay. Could you, just me thinking out loud, could you amend the motion to suggest to do anything to toss it to policy?
I'm of the opinion that we passed the motion, and you as the board president, you can just refer it to the committee.
Awesome.
You got general consensus of the board.
Do I have general consensus?
Just send it to policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do that.
Okay. Well, then I agree. I think that we've been extending every year since COVID, and it works for people who are busy like us and busy families to be able to participate and not have to be sitting in the space. So I think we call the question, and then I will refer it to policy. Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstentions? Ayes have it. 800. I will refer this to policy for a more permanent solution. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Where are we? Okay. We're moving on to, Mr. Panos.
You remembered me.
I remembered you.
Want me to make the motion?
Sure. Motion?
Move the Board of Education advise the policy committee to take up the topic of cell phone policy development.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Wonderful. And Mr. Panos can start the discussion on cell phone policy.
Yes. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about this. It went to the state legislature. They didn't pass it this year, but there have been several states that have done this. I know that throughout Europe, there are movements to be even stricter about this. But what we're talking about is simply cell phone use policy here in the schools. And one of the things that was recommended in the book, The Anxious Generation, which is, a hot item, the destructive effects of this sort of thing. And the disruptions that it brings. So all the suggestion is to essentially do what is currently done in the middle school, which is simply have it, from locker, put it in your locker at the beginning of the day, take it out of your locker when you leave. We can't control what students do outside. It's not a private school, boarding school, so we have to do that. But the idea is that in passing time, they will begin using it. Of course, students will always insist, as they have before. We took this topic up about 4 or 5 years ago. They all insisted, oh no, everything's going to be hunky-dory, and of course, it hasn't been. And so I'm sure that the student rep over here will insist that he can handle his cell phone very responsibly, and I'm sure that's true. But we don't make rules to, just for the few. And so I'd like to suggest, even though we have here the Dr. Hattie, I guess, gave us the position statement from Personnel Technologies Schools and Connecticut Schools, but I think that this is something extra that we should consider above and beyond. Have a cell phone free school. There'll still be people who try to get around it, and so the question is, what do we do about it? What sort of disciplinary measures do you take when it's violated? This sort of thing should be hashed out in a policy, and with the help of the superintendent, who makes the AR on this sort of thing. But I think the destructive effects, the interruptions that it makes, the fact that they communicate, they get one either during lunch or passing time, it carries over into the classroom, and there are many, the teachers that, have to police this, and it's a disruption and serves no particular purpose. If the student needs to get in touch with their parent, you do it the old-fashioned way. You go down to the central office and get on the phone over there and call home.
Bring the payphone back right out of the red towel. Remember payphone? I did.
You remember that? I wouldn't even say we'd do it, let them do it for free. Make it easier. But
that's how we called home after the game.
Call me up. Yeah, call me up, because I'll be serving disciplinary detention. But that's the idea, is to have it referred to policy and come up with something like this. Okay?
Any discussion? Mr.
So I'm in support of sending this to policy like any other policy, where it gives the board an opportunity to have possibly two meetings of it, if we don't waive the first reading. It gives, again, the public an opportunity to participate within our committee structure. Whether they attend or not, that's another thing, but we want to provide that opportunity and to give parents and staff an opportunity to express it. The way we currently have it, definitely at the high school, I believe it's designed to teach responsibility, allow you to have some responsibility with the device, with understanding, you understand the parameters of how you're able to utilize it, and it's almost like a microcosm of you at your job. When you're at your job, you're not going to be on your phone all day, every day. There's times and ways you can use your phone, and there's times you put your phone away and you stay to your job. So I like the effect of teaching responsibility for the kids, but it's also called into question, I think, I'm hearing Mr. Pano say, is a level of responsibility being taken by the children, as well as enforcement of the actual policy itself as it stands right now at the high school. So yes, it did not make the clock on for the Senate this past legislative session, so that bill died. I'm sure it will come up again during the next legislative session, but this is one of those things where public education is local control that we advocate for, and this is just one of those things that Windsor citizens and our parents will tell us exactly how they want us to move in this particular area. So as long as that there's deliberative discussion amongst this board as well as parents, I think we will come up with a good product that we can vote on at this board level.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. I see Mr. Bloom and then Ms. Jacobson, and then I'll tongue back.
I think Mr. Panos' idea is a wonderful idea. I've been in the school, and I know what it's like, and students are just not learning, and the phones are the number one thing preventing students from learning. And I've heard that argument all the time that students need to learn responsibility, but it just doesn't happen. Students are on their phones. It is a catalyst for cheating. It's a catalyst for, it's just a distraction. It's sorry.
Madam President, I appreciate the student reps' input on this. This is a good thing, because I know I won't get that from my daughter, and she's at the high school, just for clarity. So this speaks again to accountability. I think that's one of the things that I think all of us want is accountability and how is it being enforced. And I think that's the piece we need to understand, because, you know, we got traffic laws, but people speed all the time. And what happened? If you're caught, there's a penalty. If you're not caught, then, you know, the risk was worth the reward. I think what you're speaking to is, yes, people are just outright doing it, and it's being disruptive. That's the piece that I need to understand and make sure that I might be forced to be in alignment with Mr. Panos on this topic if it's being disruptive to the staff and other students.
I would echo the sentiments of both Mr. Lockhart and Mr. Bloom. I think we need to listen to both students and parents and teachers here. I would like to know if there's any current data available on this that we'd be able to review in policy. You know, I don't like the idea of us trying to invest, knowing we still haven't settled on a budget. Let's not invest extra money in collecting this data, but I think the most important thing would be looking at the data. And, you know, to Mr. Bloom's point, my own son had to, part of his final had to be X'd out because he picked up his phone and was caught looking at it. I don't actually think he was cheating. I think it's such a intrinsic thing that, like, you know, we all just reach for our phone, but I was just like, well, honey, you were a thicky dum-dum, and but here's the consequence, you know. This is what it is. Like, it might have been completely unintentional, but this is what the consequence is. So the question is, what does the data represent? What are parents and students and teachers' feelings on this? My own personal feeling, I freaking hate cell phones. I would like us to put them in a big pile and burn them, but until we can go there.
Cell phone guy.
But until we can go there, I think it's worth looking at the policy. I think, you know, Leanna has run a very tight ship over at the middle school, and they've been pretty strict about it, but I also know an awful lot of parents who get real unhappy knowing they have to go pick up their kid's cell phone personally if it gets taken away. So obviously, you know, there will be nuance. So I think it's worth investigating shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Davis, then Ms. Otter, and then I'll come back again. And then Mr. Madison.
I'm next?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So I do concur with Mr. Panos, Mr. Lockhart, and everybody else who have spoken on this so far. And thank you for your input, Mr. Bloom. As a registered nurse and a school nurse, I've been a school nurse for over umpteen years, about 30 years. We saw this coming. It started with you probably not aren't aware of this, but the Sega Genesis box and the Xbox that when it first came out, kids would be in school at 8, 9 in the morning, sleepy, tired, having conversations. It finally comes out they were up until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning playing. Parents are fast asleep. The device only became smaller. Okay, it's more portable, more hideable. You know, parents come in, shut it off. You can do it in dark mode, all those types of things. My only thing, I don't want to spend a lot of time in this. I agree with the parental input. I agree with the student input. But I think at the end of the day, as adults, I think we need to, and as the board, make the decision because we see the impact of it. I'm not sure how much more study needs to occur. There's lots of data out there already that it's just not helpful. I only hope that along with this policy comes with some actual education. That's up to Dr. Haiti how that is implemented. on the harmful effects of it and why. Because if you can get voluntary participation, the students are, you know what, I get this, let me follow the rules. The last thing I would want is teachers spending, or other staff members in the building spending a lot of time policing and disciplining and doing all those things. So the policy, when we get to that point, it needs the language that's used, how it's presented and rolled out. It's effective in the middle school, apparently, right? There's some good results there. The kids are going into high school, so it's a good start. So maybe you can piggyback on that for the 9th graders that are coming in and have a good start there because you have something that's already in place. Just be sure that there is some education that goes along with this, whether it's in a student assembly or someplace, so that kids really understand the effect. All they're going to know is, what do you mean? I can't check my cell phone? I can't do this? I need to call my mom. My job, my part-time job after school. But they really need to understand responsible use. And along with that, some education needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, Ms. Sauter, and then Mr. Madison.
I just wanted to say, I am usually like a hardcore data person, and I love to see the data, but I think the complexity with this one is you're only going to get data on what we actually know and maybe not what's actually happening, because when I'm hoping that our teachers are teaching and not necessarily feeling like they have to police, so there's probably a lot that's happening that they're not seeing. So I'm hopeful that, you know, like everyone has said, it can be a conversation, but I think at the end of the day, our job is to ensure that our children are getting an education, and regardless of the emotional response that we may receive from people on this, we have to just focus on what is going to provide the most, just the most equitable and the most optimal educating experience for the kids. So I know there's going to be a ton of people that are not going to be aligned on this, but again, I would just caution us with the data portion of it. We're only going to know what we know, and it might not necessarily be a true reflection of what's happening 100% of the time.
Thank you, Ms. Sauter. Mr. Madison?
Yeah, so cell phones are horrible for kids. We know this, right? My concern is enforceability and adults, right? And my concern is enforceability. Just a quick question, if I could, for superintendent. I'm worried about enforceability and the time the teachers will spend enforcing this. One of the reasons I had no problem with the hoodie rule changing in the middle school is I used to be in the middle school, and I used to watch how much time the teachers spent fighting that battle, and that it is also the trickle effect of, you know, one rule, now you're getting insubordination, now you get detention, suspension, right? Like, wear your freaking hood, who cares, right? And so that's why I'm more worried about enforcement. So also why I believe in legalizing drugs, right? The drug war is insane. So there's a personal choice discussion in here. I do believe in responsibility. Yeah, it's all in the same category. You outlaw alcohol, you get prohibition, you get the gangs of the 1920s and 30s, right? So my question is, like, what is the enforceability, the reality that's on the ground? And by the way, I talk to people. I know what's happening on the ground. A data study is not going to help. What is the enforceability concern that teachers have? Do they want this, or would they think that this is, damn, more stuff to enforce and it's going to turn into the hoodie battle in middle school?
No, so I can speak to this because actually I had 2 meetings this morning. One meeting was my tag team, which is a select few of every building. It came up this morning in my tag team meeting, and I also had a meeting with a committee at the high school right after. We're looking at the reset that I'm doing next year. In both meetings, the cell phone conversation came up. So because we are not going to have a policy committee until next fall, I went ahead and put the regulation that I can enforce until we have a policy, which is going to be like the middle school. So that is in the work, regardless of a policy or not, because I can do that through an admin regulation. Teachers want that. I've lived almost my entire days the past few months at the high school with a radio on me running between classes because it's refusal. It turns into disrespect. It turns into insubordination. It turns into like kids really getting very like when somebody's like really addicted to that phone that they don't want to even give it up. They don't want to put it in their pocket. It becomes this constant battle that eventually teachers cannot teach. I am all with Leonard, what you mentioned in terms of teaching kids responsibility. However, we have to keep in mind the age of the kids and their development of their brains at this moment in time. Their brains are not fully cognitively developed to understand that responsibility, but we can slowly phase in teaching responsibility. Like we talked about different options. It could be something that maybe toward your junior or senior year, you can earn privileges to use it during lunch. Things like that where we eventually start teaching them responsibilities. But you can't look at a 15 years old and say, well, we all have our cell phones on our jobs. We're all 30 or 25 plus, right? The development of the brain is different. But right now, if we are to really make sure that the high school, that reset works, cell phones are going to have to go away.
Yeah, so if I may, to me, two things. I think we all agree they're terrible for kids and adults. And I'm going to come down on whatever the teachers want. I mean, one of the reasons I love our current superintendent is she's a hard ass, right? And so I'm not worried about having to be, well, she's tougher than I am. I'm a softie, come on. My fellow Republicans ask me all the time for how much of a pushover I am for you guys, right? But I think you are you're tough enough. I'm going to say, listen, what do you want to do? We all agree, I want to go there. So I think we can keep this really short. I'm going to ask, what kind of policy would help you achieve that goal? I'm good.
Also, definitely, I want a policy that actually, currently we allow students to bring in their own devices. That is also a nightmare. So I want a policy that takes that away because we invest in one-to-one devices. We invest in software, GoGarden, where we can monitor what kids are doing on their devices. But then we allow them to bring their own devices, iPads and laptops, and we have no idea what they're doing. So I want to, so I want that is a policy that it is on my docket for policy committee to not allow personal devices in terms of iPads and computers. And cell phone, I think we need to just say bell to bell. They can have it. If I don't see it, I'm going to assume you don't have it. Now, I can't control where kids hide things. But if the minute I see it, we're going to have to enforce it. That's why the way we're resetting the entire high school with support from our teachers during duties and all that stuff. It's going to be a tough battle the first few weeks. Ninth graders, I'm not worried about. I told all ninth graders at promotion, everything you learned at Sage Park, don't forget, because you might think that you're going to go over there and not follow rules, but that's not true.
So quick clarification. Do you feel you can enforce it at the gate then? Because there's still an enforcement point at the gate. What I mean by the front door, if you can't have it, you got to make that enforcement point. You're going to have that battle, like you just said. And the second thing is, should the reference to the policy committee expand to be all electronic devices as opposed to just phones? I just want to make sure the wording is not too constraining, if that matters.
Yeah, how do you enforce? Do you put a metal detector?
Hold up. 2 in 1 in terms of
just technology as a whole, not just.
Should we expand the policy reference to the policy committee for this? You just expanded the category. You're not just talking phones, you're talking digital
because
devices.
we don't have a cell phone policy, but we do have a personal device policy. So, and it does allow kids to bring in their personal devices. So that's the policy I want to revise and not allow students to bring personal devices.
We put those together?
Yeah, she can bring it to us, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? So, okay,
I just wanted to say,
okay,
Mr.
sorry,
Panos,
okay, go ahead.
you have 100% support.
What?
But yeah.
You got a lot
Have
of
a confetti cannon?
Just a minor comment, that in terms of enforceability that you're worried about, I would suspect that a no cell phone policy or cell phone free school, we don't want to see it at all, is easier to enforce than one where they're given permission to do during passing time and lunch, and then you have to guess whether, they have it. They are allowed to carry it around. So it would appear to me that it would be a simpler, not more complex enforceability.
So can I touch on this? Because that came up at the meeting. Definitely not in passing. So we're all in agreement that no cell phones in passing, no cell phone in classes. Now, the only argument that some teachers, our safety monitors, and our administrators have made about lunch is that you have about between 200 and 300 kids in that cafeteria. Having them on their cell phones has actually shown that it reduces behavior issues, and kids are actually just on their phones, in a zone, not minding their own business. If they don't have their phones on them, then we're going to go back to a few years ago where it was like fights, arguments, and we don't have enough staff in the cafeteria. We only have like 3, safety monitor and 1 admin, only 2, monitoring 300 kids, half an hour trying to get their lunch and sit down. So that's the only, and I said I need some time to think about it because it kind of makes sense, but I also see the other side. They use it, they start a conversation, then they get to class, they can't stop.
So that's the feedback I got from kids on the ground. First of all, it's not being followed. The other one is, I'm going to say this as crudely as I need to. If you're making stupid choices as a kid, sorry, I just don't want you to make stupid choices that interfere with the kids who are there to learn. And I had asked some of the kids who I know who are there to learn, and they're like, yeah, it makes the troubled kids kind of shut up and sit in the corner. It does have that effect. I'm not saying that persuades me either way, but it has that effect. You're alluding to that with the lunch thing too.
Right, but so
Sucks them in.
during lunch, but I would not say during class, use them so that, you can, yeah.
I'm not saying that either, but it has that behavioral effect.
Yes, it does have a behavioral effect.
Ms. Jacobson and Mr. Bloom?
I'm sorry, I just have one clarifying point. For kids who had it for medical necessity, diabetics, or, anything like that, I assume there would be some sort of.
That's in their
pol-
plans.
Okay, just checking.
Wait, I'm just clarifying as well. So your proposed policy will allow students to have their phones on their person during the day?
No, so it would be no phones on your person, but what I'm saying is, we can't control that. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna search every single student walking in the door.
So there won't be like a locker?
We will have log boxes,
Oh, I
but a
see,
lot
I
of
see.
students will tell you, I don't have a phone. Actually, some students during exam time, because they have to turn in their phones, they put in a fake phone.
Oh, I've seen that all the time.
They keep their answers. Oh, yeah.
That happens all the time.
So, and that's what happens when districts, I was just talking to superintendents in other districts that have invested thousands of dollars in those pouches, and kids are bringing fake phones to lock them in the pouches, and they still have their phones.
Wait,
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
like, or, like an old phone.
That's like an old
or
phone,
just
and you
even-
give that one to them.
Mr. Bloom, and then I'll
Yeah.
speak and we'll wrap this up.
so I feel like that there being any chance that the student has a phone on their body is just as effective as there being no policy at all. Like, I feel like, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Are you suggesting
I feel
we
like
do cavity searches?
I think like we really want to ensure that students don't have their phones on you because we know that if students have phones, there's no learning that happens.
Right.
And I think maybe like security. I mean, what do you call those metal detectors? Could be could be a good idea.
Find the budget money for that, sir?
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying.
I think the goal of a school district learning is number one, and we know that if there aren't phones, then there's going to be more learning, and that should be it's as simple as that. We should try to maximize learning that occurs inside the buildings, and personal feelings don't matter as much, I feel.
Thank you all for the spirited conversation. I have so many feelings about it because of the fact that I had a student at Windsor High School, and she would tell me, she was like, people stay on their phones. I'm like, okay, I don't want to know that. And then I also understand, how we've been able to really implement a really good way of being at the middle school level. And to your point, Dr. Haiti, it's interesting because when I was on the school governance, so I was the board rep there, couple iterations ago, cycles ago, it was cell phones, is that group that really, really wanted to, hone in on the cell phone usage and all that stuff. So there was data, there was all these things. And it was a lot of feedback from the 2 students at the time, and they were so good at really keeping it real, that it depended on who the teacher was if you got in trouble. And the problem with policy, it's not even the students. The problem with policy is you're going to get some folks who be like, oh, well, I didn't see that. And then there's going to be some teachers that are going to lay down the law. And it's not fair for either one of them because there's no middle ground. Everybody's doing it their own way. Everybody's getting lax. Everybody's tired of saying something, hoodies, cell phone, whatever the issue is. And so my fear with anything like this is that it's going to be the rules are depending on who saw you. And that's not equity, because at the end of the day, we got to think about everybody. So if it's bell to bell, or if it's whatever, of course, this is going to policy, we have to think through all of the what ifs, and it has to be a phase in. It has to be a trial period or something, because this is a complete culture change for them. Everybody's really quick to grab their cell phone. I think about the kid that sits alone at lunch, that has no friends, and sitting by themselves, and the little game on their phone is their friend. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about my son. He's used to not having a phone, but if he's sitting by himself, you know what I mean? That could be something that he could do to just spend the time. I think that this is going to be really difficult for some families to hear, because I know for a fact most people that these kids are texting are parents that won't leave them alone during the day. Back in my day, the parent had to call the office. The office had to call the student down, and then you had to go and oh, you forgot your cleats, whatever it is. These days, we're used to instant gratification. Don't forget to pick up milk on the way home, instead of realizing that these kids are sitting in class. I forgot one time. I've said this here. And Chloe goes, I'm in class. Like, you know I'm in class. But we're all guilty, especially our teenagers, right? We know. We were all guilty of doing it. And like, oh my gosh, I forgot. But I think that this is going to be interesting to implement with fidelity, and if it's done right, we're going to get it right. But we got to make sure it's done right. And I think the model is what we've done at the middle school.
Right, and I think knowing that it has been done at the middle school, the same families are aware of it. They've followed it for 3 years. I think now coming to the high school, it should not be a problem because it was done for 3 years. It will be a complete culture change. That's
Our
what
seniors.
I've been talking about the reset since March. So like all the teachers know, like this is coming. And what I can control is holding my administrators accountable to holding teachers accountable to making sure that the policy is being enforced. But at the same time, hearing from the teachers, they need that support because they will enforce the policy. But then if they call safety and then nobody shows up 20 minutes later, they've lost that. So then they give up and they stop implementing.
Right.
Yep.
So that takes us to, we need that support at the high school. That's why our safety monitors are important. Administrators that I cut 2 positions are important. Like to enforce things like that, we're talking about over 1,100 kids. That's a lot. Like,
They took our beepers, though, Dr. Haiti. They took my beeper.
What were you doing with the beeping? It was against the law.
Listen, it was purple, it was cute.
I'm glad they took it.
I'm sure it was
beeping.
you. It was you. No. Go ahead.
Ask our student rep, because you are no longer a student.
Yes.
And so you have no allegiance to your fellow students, so rat them out. What goes on in class?
Oh.
Right, so what do you observe?
It just
Seriously.
gets stitches, Andrew.
He did say that.
He
already said.
But just a lip mark. Like, what else do you observe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're allowed to.
There's a lot of cheating that happens using iPhones. And I feel like the students, like, they might know that they can rely on their phone to get through exams. So, like, what's the point of ever learning anything in your class if you can just go and use your phone and pass everything? Like, it just like completely allows students to get away with not learning. And also like students just use their phone during like class to like scroll on like social media or whatever, and then so much time in class is spent for or like teachers telling students to get off of their phones. Like I could imagine like it's a couple minutes every class, and then if you like calculate the amount of times a week they're in class, and then just the amount of classes total, that's like significant time, and like might be even like a week like of time that was just spent telling students to get off their phone at the calculated, like added up from the 4 years that they spent in school. That's just like some arbitrary number, but.
And if we put in what the superintendent's recommending, how do you think that's going to go?
The phone lockers or?
so No, I think the phone lockers, we're gonna spend all this money to get the lockers, and then
Yeah.
kids are not gonna use them. So
Or
to
they'll have
me,
their
I think the best thing to say is, I don't wanna see it. So I'm assuming you don't have it on you if I don't
Yeah.
see it. But the minute I see it, I'm gonna take it. Like, it's not put your phone up anymore. It's give me your phone.
That sounds similar to the policy we already have in place.
But it's not being implemented. And then kids can use it in passing and can use it, it's not
Yeah.
enforced, yeah.
Not with the
I mean, it seems like with past administration, that's been a common like thing that we tried to achieve, but it just never plays out like that. I don't think it'll be effective.
Can I just
But I think
finish? Mhm.
wait, the lockers, like,
Well, how do you think we can make you turn in your phone? Like, how is that gonna look like?
well,
1,100 kids walking in our doors in the morning.
definitely harsher punishment. But I think if we like put like iPhone lockers like in the cafeteria, then students could access their phones during lunch, and we just require every student to turn in their phone at the beginning of the day. Yeah, that would be a lot to. That's very logistically difficult, but
I did it at an event, and it took forever. I did it at an event at the Bushnell. They took all our phones. It was a mess. It was a mess, and these were adults, and we were all like, "Oh my gosh, this is hard to do." Number one, and logistically speaking, it took so much time to get it done. It took nearly an hour to do it. Ms.
Just-
Davis.
yeah,
and
just,
then we'll wrap
real
up.
quick, yeah.
Yes.
was it logistically difficult or time consuming because all the phones were like in one area where you had to like turn your phone?
So yeah, because every phone has to be accounted for, and they put it in the pouch, and it's locked. It's locked,
Yeah.
and you can't come back and get it unlocked without this special thing to
Yeah.
demagnetize it.
Or I think we could have like phone lockers in each class, and then you would go to like your connections class, like where your connections classroom is, and then turn in your phone there at the start of the school day. So like it's not like all in one area.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I feel like that would be more efficient time-wise, and it's only like 20 like students that the teacher would have to keep track of.
Thank you. I just wanted to get your ground perspective. I'm not looking for miracles from anybody here.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So just looking at the share volume, and I'll go back to a part of it, and Dr. Haiti touched on this. It's the development of the brain. You have to be able to not teach these students. We need to have a mechanism to teach these students the responsibility of it. You want voluntary participation. It started at the middle school already. We are seeing success. It should be easier for those ninth graders to come in and do it. The harder part might be the seniors and, the sophomore on up right now that are there. But the ninth graders coming in should be better. But I really and truly think that there needs to be some education along with that in your student assemblies for the students, and some seriousness about it, along with the punishments, the consequences of having your cell phone, of why it is not good for you to have it. And it needs to be reinforced over and over and over. And one of the reasons we have all this data here is we know that it's not good for you.
Awesome. Thank you all for this great conversation. We do have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded to advise the policy committee to take up the topic. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Motion carries 8-0-0. Thank you. Well, it was 30 minutes, but I think it was good. Dr. Haiti, you are up next.
All right. So a lot of my updates have been covered, so I'm not going to just say it again. But I'm going to share that thanks to our community scholarships partners, we were able to award $138,000 in scholarships to our graduating class of 2026. We also held our adult ed graduation on June 3rd, and we graduated 15 adult students from that program. We also held a graduation on June 5th for our CBTA program and graduated for 5 students. As I mentioned, I have been really busy between yesterday and today, meeting with different groups of teachers, students, stakeholders, really reflecting over this year and talking about things that have worked well, things that we need to look at. We have a very busy summer ahead of us after we come back from vacation. So we have the high school reset is on the docket we are reworking a lot of the handbooks, the student code of conduct, teacher expectations, administrator expectations. We're really putting very tight systems in place so that we can hold everybody accountable. Policies are not changing, but it's how do we make sure that people are actually following the policies the way they're supposed to be followed. We also have work that will be done, and I will present in a little bit, our K2. We're re-envisioning how early education should look like in Windsor, and I will be going over that momentarily. Also, on Thursday, June 18th, our district leadership team will be on the mobile classroom making stops around our town. We will be at the Hayden Fire Station at 9 a.m. We will be at Pequannock Fire Station at 10 a.m. We will be at the Wilson Branch Library at 11, and we will end our day at noon at the Deerfield Apartments. So we have been blasting out this information to our entire school community. We're encouraging students and families to come out, talk to us. It's all our principals, our administrators, central office administrators. We have a lot of summer books, summer activities to give out, and just kind of wish kids a happy summer. So we encourage everyone to come out and see us. And finally, our summer reading program flyers are available in the both Windsor Public Library, both locations, as well as on our website for our summer reading programs. Our next board meeting will be on Tuesday, September 15, and that concludes my report. Any questions? All right, so next is the Windsor Early Learning Model. Do I share? Right? I'm about to pass it out.
Okay. Because I wanted, I possibly entertain a motion to move the discussion on honor cords up in the interest of time for some of our guests.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah,
Second.
I move that,
You didn't even propose it yet.
yeah, okay. Let me get this. I move that we move the item program 8B in place of 8A, and 8A in place of B.
Okay.
So that program of studies revision honor course action, that item would be then the next item. So that motion is to have that switch.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. The motion carries 7-0-0. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention, and thank you for making the motion and seconding. So what we're going to do is swap the two and have Dr. Haiti move on to the program of studies, and then we'll come, I'm sorry, the program of studies, and then we'll go back to the Windsor Early Learning Model right after. Okay.
All right. So over the past year, Windsor High School reviewed its academic recognition practices to ensure that it aligns with the district commitment to equity, inclusivity, and recognizing student achievement. Through this review, it was determined that the existing honor cord system, which requires students to earn an A- or higher for 6 semesters within a specific subject area, unintentionally limited recognition opportunities for some students due to programmatic needs, course pathways, IEP requirements, language acquisition needs, and other factors that affected their access to certain courses and certain sequences to be able to get to the 6 courses. As a result of that review, the Board of Education approved a revised honor course criteria as part of the annual Program of Studies approval process. Beginning with the class of 2027, Windsor High School was scheduled to transition to a new recognition model aligned with the honors distinctions commonly used by colleges and universities, including cum laude, magna cum laude, and summa cum laude. The revised system is intended to recognize overall academic achievement in a more inclusive and equitable manner. Following the board approval, all Windsor High School families were notified of the revised criteria in March of 2026, with the implementation scheduled for the school year 26-27. Since that time, the district has received thoughtful feedback from students, and we've heard some of that feedback again tonight, particularly members of the rising senior class. Students expressed concerns that they have spent the majority of their high school careers working under the previous honor course criteria, and that changing expectations immediately prior to their senior year was unfair. After considering this feedback, I am recommending that the implementation of the revised honor course criteria be postponed by 1 year. This delay would allow the class of 2027 to remain under the existing honor course system, while providing the class of 2028 and all future classes ample notice and sufficient time to plan their high school academic experiences with a full understanding of the revised recognition requirements. Also, throughout this process of talking to students and receiving that feedback, I recognize the need to think of another system to recognize academic achievement versus just waiting until senior year right before graduation to recognize academic achievement. So a lot of ideas, and actually some of the ideas came up from the students that I've talked to in terms of a yearly way to recognize students that are doing well in certain classes. And it could be, we could look into different things that could then be accumulated or collected, and then during their graduation they could wear them, like pins or different things that over time they could wear at graduation, just like we currently have a lot of students that decide to wear all their athletic medals, for example, of their entire high school career at graduation. So we and I do appreciate our students, and this is exactly what this is, the portrait of the graduate that we're trying to build, students who are able to advocate for themselves, and through that advocacy, I realized that yes, we do need additional systems of recognition versus just waiting until honor course. So the request before you is to delay implementation of the new system until the class of 2028, which will provide students in the class of 2028 over 3.5 years of notice, because they were notified in March of this year of that change. So it will allow that time for them to know that the system is changing. So that's what we have.
Ms. Panos?
Yes, and it would also give us a little time to see what you put in place of it, so to make sure that it satisfies them. I mean, some kids, would go through the line and it would get, a dozen chords, and others would get one, as it is right now. But, they all recognize that. I guess they like the honor chords. I remember when it was introduced, and I'd never seen it before myself, but this is, at a high school level. But there should be some way of doing it, and trying to maintain, the normal, like you say, the recognition common to college. But, if we think about it for a year, we may change our minds again, that.
Absolutely, that's why
I think at least the 1 year delay is a good start. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to say about the subject?
So I have a question. So I'm in support of this, but what my question is that I think this is something that we should revisit almost completely based on the feedback that we've received. So I just want to make sure that we have a placeholder to, in the beginning of the year, start to talk about what this could look like for that class of 2028. Because I don't want it to be something where we like, you know, not that, I'm going to say we'd forget about it, but this obviously is important to the students. And I think what resonated with me when we heard people talking today was that it encourages, it gives the students something to strive for, and I think that should be encouraged and something that we want. So I will definitely support the extension of the current status for the year, but I think that we need to spend some time next year making sure that we get this in a place where all of our students feel, again, like they still have something to strive for, and at the end of the year when they walk down to receive their diploma, that they're confident in physically displaying the achievements that they've had. So I just want to make sure that we put this to, again, be discussed in the beginning of next year.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, because we didn't have honor cords. They didn't exist.
I did.
In March. But you know what? We didn't. Yeah, give me, run them back. I'd like to have mine. I could pull my transcripts.
What would you get for it? Beepers?
You're so funny. So, yeah, it's so interesting because I even wanted to push back to get this, like, you know, to get anybody who's in high school now grandfathered in and push it back to my son's class and your son's class, Ms. Jacobson, because they don't know anything about it. I was venturing to go as far as to go to 2029. And the reason I say that is because now these kids have seen it. If you weren't there, you know what I mean? If you didn't see it, because this is what happens. They're going to be like, we're going to get to 2028, and they're going to go, but, you know, so we're going to have to.
Got it.
Yeah, so we're, to your point, Ms. Zotter, we're going to have to make sure that this is done in a way that we're not taking something away. We're doing it differently, and we're doing it better, to be honest. So it has to be revisited, and I'm just not too sure where it goes. I'm trying to think.
So this comes up as far as the program of study?
Curriculum.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and
That's you,
I'm
Becky.
totally, like, I'm even okay with, you know, class of 2030. However, we have to think about, there is a huge number. We have over 20% of our population are special ed. Over
Yes.
10% of our population are MLL students.
Yes.
So these kids are automatically excluded from that. And it did not come to our attention until a parent advocated for her child last year, saying, my child has a 4.0 based on his IEP. He wasn't taking the regular pathway math, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, but he was taking resource math 1 and resource math 2. And he, you know, reached all his goals, but he had no cords, and he had nothing to show that he worked really hard. So I am all for.
Oh, you know, I'm there.
We
I
have
got
to
that
look
call.
at, yes.
I got that call, and that's exactly it. It needs to be revamped because when it was implemented, it was done in a vacuum 20 years ago. It was done in a vacuum. It wasn't really done where it made sense for all. So of course, people that it affects is going to think that way. But until it's you don't think about it until it was that child, and I got that call. And thank you very much, because you weren't superintendent then, but you took my call and we figured it out. But I'm thinking that this is just a pause for the cause. It's pause for making sure that we do it right. Because when I broke it apart too, I was like, nobody around us is doing it this way. This is strange. It looks really, really strange. So I'm not saying push it all the way back. I'm saying take it for what it is right now and take some time so that when we roll it out, almost like the cell phone situation, when we roll it out, it's done right, so we don't have to go back and fix it. That's my ask of the group. So there is any other discussion, or are we ready to call the question for this particular piece? I can refer it, yeah. Okay. So yes, we'll call the question. Can you, you never repeated, you never did it. You weren't here. Okay. So who made the motion? You did.
I think I did.
No, we never
We never did.
made the motion.
Never made
We
the
never made the
motion.
motion. We would jump right into
Yeah, just
discussion.
jumped into-
Okay.
Would you like me to make the motion?
Please do.
Move that the Board of Education approve delaying the implementation of the revised honor core criteria by 1 year, making the class of 2028 the first graduating class subject to the new requirements and allowing the class of 2027 to remain eligible under the previous honor core criteria, with the understanding that the board chair will refer this to the curriculum committee.
Second motion.
Okay, thank you. Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstentions? The ayes have it. 800.
That's all it does to please you?
Like Tinkerbell, we live for the applause.
Live for
Paul,
the
take your-
applause.
Paul, take your victories.
And thank you all for coming out in all the emails I got. I told you we got you. Well done. We're not taking anything away for, you guys have been working a long time towards, and so we'll figure some things out on the go forward, but for now, you're all set. Good? Okay. All right. Have a good night. All right. My apologies, Dr. Haiti. I know you had your beautiful deck up and everything. It's green.
Yes.
And so we're gonna.
This is the highlight of my, my portion.
Wonderful. I'll toss it back over to you.
All right. Okay. So our Windsor early learning model. So this is a. Why is this not moving? So this is a new learning model that we are implementing on for both of our K-2 schools, and what this is a very research-grounded, informed by the top performing systems in the world. We looked at not just Finland, we looked at Finland, Estonia, Singapore, and Japan, which are currently the top 4 countries in the world. Each one of these countries are known for something that they do different in education. And what I've done is I've taken all these great things that each country does. I've taken what we do great in Windsor, our kids, our population, the resources, and the stuff that we currently have, our curriculum, and I created this early learning model that would reimagine what early education in Windsor looks like. So we know from research that the years between kindergarten and 2nd grade are the best years in terms of neural connections. So this is when kids start to create all the neural connections in their brains. The more access points and the more touch point that they have with the content, the better connections they create, which in terms leads to transferability of skills and the ability to apply skills beyond the classroom setting. So when we looked at, what is it that we're really trying to do here and what's different? The biggest thing is no technology. So I'm taking away technology from K2 altogether. So we are, we know that kids learn best by doing, by experimenting, and by having the feedback loop between what they're doing and the teacher and the learning. So we're reducing and making technology very intentional. So teachers are going to be using technology, like smart boards, like, different simulations, stuff like that to engage the entire class. What we're cutting is that one-to-one device where kids are being passive, trying to learn from a device. Because all research tells us kids do not learn from devices. The second pillar in this model is handwriting and fine motor skills. So this model, and I will show you a sample of what a schedule would look like. We're prioritizing handwriting every single day, K2, that's different and separate from the writing that happens in the ELA block. This is handwriting, starting in kindergarten, learning how to write letters, the proper way to write letters, and pace yourself, introducing cursive in second grade. This model.
Wait a minute, was it that difficult when you two learned how to do it?
I loved it. This model also prioritizes foundational literacy and oral language development. Part of my ask in the budget was the Spanish teachers, and the purpose was to implement it and embed it into this. However, I was very creative, and we're going to get to that when I talk about my cuts. I'm still going to do something. But I hope it passes this time. But we're going to focus on oral language development, both in English and Spanish. So while students are playing, purposeful playing, while they're exploring, we're going to be very intentional in who's going to be working with the kids to develop the oral language skills in terms of like vocabulary and, you know, saying things both in English and in Spanish. This model also prioritizes play-based and inquiry learning. It prioritizes outdoor learning and movement. So built into the schedule every single day, there is an outdoor time where kids are doing outdoor structured play that's different from recess. And I'll show you how it all works with the curriculum. It also, one of the pillars is social emotional learning, and social SEL learning is not a separate lesson. SEL is embedded throughout the day. So our SEL specialists, our behavior technicians are scheduled to push in during the classroom, during exploration, during intentional play, and during enrichment and remediation. And they are explicitly teaching students SEL skills. So the idea here is if we explicitly teach kids in K2 all these attributes that we talk about, that we want kids to be self-aware, we want kids to be caring, kind, all that stuff, we have to explicitly teach them what does that look like and how to give them the vocabulary to talk about it so that they can have developed that self-awareness. Creativity and imagination is also one of the pillars. This model, in order for it to work, we have to have very good partnership between families and school. It makes no sense for us to say no devices all day, but then they go home and sit on a device for 5 hours in the afternoon or 2 hours or whatever. So it will be a lot of communication back and forth. Obviously, we can't tell parents what to do at home, but we will be providing parents with what we think a good homework could look like that aligns with our model. Also, the model prioritizes student independence and executive function. And last, but definitely not least, teacher professionalism and autonomy. And that is one thing that is Finland known for. And the reason Finland is where it is that they do train teachers, but then they trust that teachers are the professionals that will be able to make all these connections that we're trying to make. They will bring them to life in the classroom. And, you know, I think teachers, when you train them, when you have high expectations of them, and when you support them, they rise to the occasion and they're able to implement a model like this. So just kind of in a nutshell, we're moving away from passive screen time. We are being very intentional with handwriting. We are being very intentional with small group, differentiated instruction, hands-on work, outdoor learning, movement, and SEL as embedded throughout the day, an opening circle every single day, and a closing circle every single day. So this is the new role that I talked about, the language enrichment specialist. So now that the budget did not pass and the 4 language teachers, that is, and I'll talk about it in our next agenda item. You know, so I will propose to cut the 4 language teachers, but in return, I am proposing to add 2 language enrichment specialists. So these are non-certified individuals that come at a very low cost. So 2 of them will cost us $80,000. And they will be picked so they will need to be native speakers of Spanish, but they will also need to have certain qualifications, such as a college degree and certain qualifications with working with kids. And those are the individuals that will be pushing in during enrichment, exploration, and outdoor time to support oral language development, both in English and Spanish. So that if we can't have the full certified teaching of the Spanish, at least we can expose kids to the oral language the first 3 years of their life, and hopefully down the road we'll be able to implement a foreign language in a 3-5 schools when our kindergarten class gets to 3-5. Language enrichment specialists. We're hoping that families are going to see a shift in their kids. The whole purpose of doing this is to bring back that love of learning that we've lost over the years. So we're hoping that parents are gonna start seeing kids talk about fun things they did at school, things that they explored, things that they discovered, a lot of outdoor play, a lot of dirt, a lot of movement, talking about animals. Every classroom is going to have a pet. It's going to have an observation station for like bird feeders. It's going to have it's going to be.
Classroom pets do so much for kids.
People don't even know. That is so. They do, and they can learn a lot from just observing even a little fish in a bowl. So one of the teachers was like, this is so nasty. I can't have a pet in my class. I said, that's fine. You can have one little fish in a bowl, and we'll have all the activities aligned to a rabbit. Something that is not.
Yeah, they have chicks coming in different districts, y'all. I took Bradley home every summer vacation. Do you see?
Mrs. Scott had an axolotl, and like the kids absolutely loved it. And then I obviously get to make jokes like I ask a lot of questions. And, it's multifaceted, so useful. But like my kids in those classes absolutely loved it.
So the question that is on everybody's mind. So I presented this to my parent group, my TAG teacher group. I presented it to all my K2 teachers, my leadership team, and my coaches. And the common question is, so are we expecting a drop in our scores? So if you know anything about education, about new curriculum, every time you implement something new, there is that possibility of seeing a drop. However, I don't think that we will see a drop in kindergarten. I think kindergarten, we're actually going to see much, much better performance. And in 2 years, and that's my goal, is to follow that kindergarten class that's starting next year. In 2 years, they will be outperforming our current or previous third grade and second grade data. Now, first and second grade, we're still going to be teaching. So like our curriculum is not changing. We're still going to be doing bookworms. We're still going to be doing our math curriculum. It's just how the day will be structured and how we are going to be strategically looping skills. So math is 45 minutes. This will no longer be the only time that kids get to see math. Kids are going to do the explicit teaching of math during the 45 minutes, but then during exploration, once or twice a week, they will be outside kindergarten. Their first unit is counting to 5. They will be outside collecting leaves, counting leaves to 5, making patterns out of leaves, looking at the different characteristics of leaf, which brings in one of the science standards. So that's what we're talking about, is that we're still going to be teaching, but we're going to teach it in different buckets where kids can make the connection that math is not only adding on a piece of paper, math is everywhere around us. Yeah, so that's
Kindergarten.
Any questions? Yes.
I'm so excited, if you couldn't tell. My question, though, is, so this is going to be, and I'm just thinking that transition, because this is going to be very, not odd, but the transition from 2 to 3 now.
I'm glad you brought this.
Is going to, that's going to be a little bit of a culture shock.
Yes. So second grade next year will be on this schedule, and they will be working on, so their curriculum will be aligned to what they're currently doing, but they will have 3 blocks of time, which is exploration, enrichment, and outdoor exploration. This is when we're going to teach the science, and that's one thing. The following year, we're going to carry to 3rd grade. So they will be doing the same thing in 3rd grade during these 3 times. So it's a phased-in approach to make sure that that transition is not a culture shock. Also, next year, we're going back to traditional, actually it was this year. It was our first year of going back to traditional classrooms in 3rd grade. So it used to be departmentalized. So 3rd grade teachers, we had STEM teachers and humanities teachers. This year, we went back to the K2 model. So you have one teacher that teaches you all day. That also helps with the transition from 2 to 3. Just today, my coaches and principals in 3-5 were trying to make the argument to go traditional for 4th grade as well, and just use 5th grade as a way to start getting students ready for middle school. So we're going to be looking into that. We're also looking into looping. So next year, K2 is looping. Every 1st grade teacher is going to go up with their 2nd grade class. 2nd grade teacher are going to go back down. So 3rd and 4th are trying to make the argument because we've seen wonderful data from the looping cohort. So the following year, we might go to a model where 3-5 loops as well. So as we work through the cohorts coming up through that new early learning model, we will be making changes in 3-5 in order to be ready. In fact, by the time they get to middle school, we're going to need to hire the rigor. We're going to need to change expectations because our middle school teachers today, looking at this, they were like, yeah, so when that class gets to us, we're going to need to change our curriculum. And that's the hope that within the next 12 years, this is going to be completely different.
Hear that, Mr. Howlett?
That's your babies.
That's your baby, to see it grow, because what's going to end up happening is that kindergarten class is going to be the test to see it go all the way, to see it happen all the way through.
Yes.
It's, the baby's coming in. Awesome. Miss Davis?
Yeah. How did you met with representative from each school to talk about this?
Yes.
And then they will bring it back to their school, or will you be going to every school to make sure that it's rolled out?
Are you talking about K2?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I actually rolled it out myself to all the teachers in K2 because I learned from the data binder initiative. That when I have an initiative, they need to hear it first from me.
Yes, okay.
So that the message does not become 20,000 different messages.
Okay. What was their reception
Oh,
like?
they are so happy. I have gotten so many emails, teachers talking about this is why we went into teaching in the first place. You're bringing back that love of learning. That's the love of teaching that we have. Take these devices away. Like people are really, our elementary teachers are really, really happy to have that.
And this is where your cell phone policy will begin. Your no cell phone policy.
If they're so engaged, we're going to
Yes.
have kids who they want to do this. They don't need their cell phones.
Yeah.
But it is a whole culture change. It's a whole like.
I love it. Any other questions, Mr. Pond?
Well, just an observation here. Well, this suggests that what we've been doing for the last 30 or 40 years is terrible, as it progressively worse.
Who was here?
Right? So all of a sudden, we have to have, yeah, I was here, but in what party?
I wouldn't say 30 or 40 years.
And what
I think this
30
harkens
years.
back to the
I mean, well, okay, 27, 27 years.
I feel like it's back to basics.
It is.
It's going back.
And this is not new. Like, and that's what I told teachers. Like, this is nothing that I created. This is nothing new. This is when you go back to how we, even before us, were educated. Like, that's before technology was even a thing. That's how kids were educated. Like, kids went outside, they explored, they came back and talked about it, they wrote things. Like, it was
circles.
Yes. It was before all of this happened. And something interesting, if you get a chance to look at Finland, the COVID years where technology became so popular, everybody had a one-to-one device, their scores and their performance dipped. And now they're going back to pulling all the devices. They realized that technology had a negative impact on their performance as a country. So that's what research is telling us.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that every year since 1997 that I've been on the board, you'll have someone talking about some brand-new theory, with, with acronyms and all sorts of things. And this has been going on for all these 20-some-odd years, 25 years. And now I see something which says, okay, go back to what was before all this. So it's, I just contrast the confidence with which, people were saying, the future is here now in the bring your own device. That was one of the fads about 20 years ago. That's just one of many. But we have had all kinds of this in the profession of education, and it just seems that it's just gone down got lost. And so what you're trying to say is get something to go back to a more basic method here.
And I think we don't wait long enough to see the impact. That's also a problem in education because we want things quick. We want performance to get better quick because we've got, people from the state to answer to. We've got all of this. So we're not we're always on, trying to find the next thing that will hopefully get us to where we need to get so that the state can get off our backs. So we don't wait for anything. Technically, you need to wait at least 4 to 5 years to see impact. That's why I'm saying, I'm going to follow my kindergarten cohort next year. I'm going to go along with them until they get to 3rd grade before I say, you know what, this is not working, or you know what, we need to add to it. Because we do things, we don't wait long enough, and then we do the next thing.
Well, all I can say is that if you go to CABE conventions all these years, you're going to see people come out and they roll out a program and this is the greatest thing, and 3 or 4 years later, it disappeared into the industry. And I actually made the suggestion that, probably 20 years ago, I asked Dr. Fieser, can we just make a record of all the fads that we do, so that when we end it, just make a record and say, why did we get rid of reading recovery, for example, or math recovery? It's just picking, some things that we used to do. We thought was the greatest thing were the model schools. They were one time you had the accelerated school and the basic school, and the JFK had the modern red school, and this was the greatest thing, and for 5 years this is what they're doing. And then someone said, well, this is not working. You have 4 different elementary schools or whatever, and these things just fall. And so I suggested, well, why don't we keep a record of all these things that we do, and when they're ended, just put a little simple reason why it didn't work, so that we don't, because as you know, these things come back, with a new name. There's a remarketed, slightly different. So that's my only comment on this. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think the mic drop for me on the entire presentation, Dr. Haiti, is what we kept up on screen, which is the last slide, the vision. And I love the smaller portion, the whole thing, but just in a system that measures everything, we're choosing to trust that we know about children and about learning. Getting back to the learning. We had to do one-to-one devices. We had to, giving ourselves grace, we had to make sure that students were set up for success so that when they were home, because we had to go home, that we were able to touch them and teach them. Well, now that we're back in person, getting back to, paper and pencil, I think that it's time to do that. And it goes hand in hand with, I think, the thread that's going through the entire agenda of phasing in getting back to basics. And when you start something early enough, it just gets to the point where it's just the norm. It's the cultural norm of the district. And so when you're thinking about starting something K-2, it's not going to be an issue come SAGE. It's not going to be an issue come Windsor High School because they started when they were young, and that's just what it is. So I love this. This speaks to me in such a way that, reminds me of back when I was in the classroom, back in the day. You know what? I am talking about when I was actually teaching. But I really appreciate the fact that, we're giving ourselves grace. We understand that there's a time and a place for the technology piece. We do want to have kids be ready for whatever's to come in the world of tech and AI and all those things, but we can't even get there if they can't do this.
Right.
So I just wanted to.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's when we look at high schoolers and the way they're using AI and not knowing how to properly use AI. That's what we're hoping is that generation coming up, it's not that they're not going to use computers in middle and high school. It's not that they're not going to use AI, but they will have the critical thinking skills that they need in order to know how to use it for their benefit.
To your point, Ms. Davis, about just giving them the understanding, right? It has to be in partnership with.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Woohoo. So we're moving along quite nicely. It is still your show, Dr. Haiti.
Okay. The second highlight of my week. So last night at the town council meeting, the town council voted to cut our budget by $1,121,000.
Is that in addition to the 350, or 350 rounds up to the?
Nope, that's in addition to the 350.
So it's $1,350,000 technically.
Yeah.
It's a min, in
The
addition.
121 is
In addition.
$121, more important than the million.
Pass it around.
Did we all get a copy?
They're coming around.
The one short.
One more. Andrew.
No.
Hold a second.
You're a finance guy, you already have it memorized, right?
All right, so if you look at the right side of the chart, this is what we cut when they asked us the first time around to cut $350,000. Now we had to come up with an additional $1 million. So these are my proposed cuts. So I am proposing to take back the 4 second language teachers. I'm proposing to reduce back the additional social worker that I asked for. I'm cutting 1 band teacher from 3-5. I am cutting the original 10 FTEs that I asked for para substitutes. I'm cutting them down to 5. I'm cutting all my schools back to 0 funding, 0% increase. However, in order for us to maintain what we're trying to do was the cut of the social worker that was initially added because I cut the dean of student at Windsor High School. I am bringing back the dean of student at Windsor High School. And I'm bringing 2 language enrichment facilitators. So I'm cutting the 4 teachers, the language teachers for $300,000, and I'm gonna bring just 2 facilitators for $80,000 to support my K-2 schools in order for our early learning model to work. Taking $255,000 from insurance, and we're just gonna pray that people don't get sick and we don't see what we saw 2 years ago. And last, pay to play. I'm taking $200,000 from $203 from athletics. So we spend about $800,000 in athletics. That covers everything from coaches, event, games coverage, everything. So I'm taking $200,000 from that, which the implication is a minimal fee for families. It will be about between $50 and $75 per kid, per sport for middle and high school. And that brings us to the $1 million that we were asked to cut. And now our budget would be at 3.46% increase.
Thank you, Dr. Haiti, for your, and team on the diligence of doing this so quickly. We were there late. So appreciate you getting this together and being really thoughtful about the cuts. You know, no one wants to see cuts. No one wants to see, you know, things shift. But I feel that this is very intentional. Any questions about what Dr. Haiti has proposed for the $1,121,000 that was asked by the town council last night at their meeting? Bizader and Mr. Panos. Then Mr. Panos.
So the only thing here that, I mean, there are a couple of things that make me nervous, but the thing that makes me the most nervous is the reduction of those 5 paras. With the 5 that we would have, do we, like, what is the likelihood, or what are we still running the risk of not having the support needed for our students?
Absolutely. So here's the thing with paras. So let's say next year, 2 weeks into the school year, we get 5 kids that move into Windsor and they have IEPs and require a one-to-one. Whether it's in the budget or not, we have to get them the 5 paras that they require, right? So that we have to. These paras were added to support our current buildings in terms of when paras are out, which we have 100, I think 100 paras. When paras are out, because these are required by law services, we have to cover them. So we end up pulling our interventionists, our tutors, our administrators to cover paras. So then all our other kids are not getting their tier 2 and 3 services, which is not required by law as special ed services are. So these 10 paras were to help support that phenomenon that we have in the school. So what's going to happen next year? We're going to probably be just a little bit in a better place because we used to have none. Now we're going to have 5. So we're probably going to have 1 at each elementary school and 1 in the middle school. Is that going to be enough? Absolutely not. Like if you look at our attendance, our para attendance, and the number of people that we have to pull to cover, that's not going to be enough. But I had to really think about, you know, because I don't want to cut teachers. I don't want to increase classroom size. I don't want to take away from even the social worker. That was a difficult decision, but that's why I brought back the dean of student. The support that is needed at the high school is significant. And we cut the dean of student because it was kind of high on the admin, or, you know, like trying to minimize admins, even though it is in the teacher contract, but it's kind of like a teacher leader position, and put in the social worker to provide that support. So that's why I brought the dean back.
Mr. Panos?
Could you explain the insurance reduction again?
Yep.
Okay, this insurance, from what, health benefits?
We had put in our initial proposed budget, we had put in for $1 million to put in our insurance account. So now we're not putting in that much. We are cutting it by $255,000.
So that's.
Plus the 150 though.
Plus the 150 from the first referendum, yes.
It was, so this is in addition to the 150?
Yes, all of this is in addition to everything else on the right.
Okay.
So that's why I said, you know, if the trend goes back to how it used to be, we would not have a problem, but we had 2 really bad years, and that's why we had to do what we did last year.
Right, yeah. Yeah, very mysterious rise a few years ago in all this enormous increase in.
When you say mysterious, they were actual staff that had claims that exceeded $250,000. So, I mean, I don't know, the word mysterious makes me a little nervous. That's the fact. because we used to roughly have around 15 to 20 staff members each year that would hit that threshold. 2 years ago, and then again last year, we were over 50 staff members. So the claims skyrocketed because more people were more sick.
But but it can't be skyrocketing all the time, right?
So when we, so if.
The rocket has to come down somewhere.
And that's why I'm not quite understanding what Mr. Slate was saying, because that's not, the rates increased last year for everybody. We didn't offset anything. Those were the rates from Anthem through our third-party administrator of Lockton, who was our broker. They set rates on the claims that they see in front of them for our population.
Sure.
So so that's what happened there. This year, our rates actually decreased. Never in my life have I ever seen insurance rates decrease. I mean, they didn't, only by $1 or $2, nothing crazy, but they decreased. So the trend is now moving back, as of now, to how we used to be 4 or 5 years ago, which is a good thing. So we just hope we stay that way and stay with that trend.
Right.
It's also.
You know, I hope, okay, just a general question. Do you really think that this is going to end here? I mean, are we going to be back? I mean, just $1 million is enough? The town council got $1 million from us, but are they going to be back? That's the question.
People show up to vote.
Is there anything, for example, in the salary budget anymore, in the salary budget, you know, retirement, that you have that you might be able to fall back on?
Anything further, it's gonna have to be cuts in what we currently have, like not even.
You have $300,000 allowed right now for retirement or breakage or whatever you call it,
Right.
something like
It's
that.
it's already taken into account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could be more, right?
We don't have anyone else that is, like I said, it's gonna have to be a cut because there's nobody else like on the docket
Well,
to
you
retire.
know approximately how many people are retiring now or leaving?
We do, but that is actually, we have less people now than I've ever seen in my 12 years here retiring. Which is
You
a
have
good
less
thing because
people
people
now
are staying.
retiring.
Yes, we only have, I'm going really off the top of my head, but I want to say 5 or 7 teachers retiring, that's it.
That's it, huh?
Yep.
And additional cuts will be like the pay to play. Like I said, we spend $800,000 in athletics.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it, because I do realize that for a lot of our kids, athletics is a big thing. It is a driver to why they come to school every day.
Sure.
It's their maybe one of their only opportunities to actually get a chance at going to college. Like, there is a lot of benefits, so I'm trying to do like the cost benefit analysis of like, what do I cut, what do I put on parents, knowing that some parents might not be able to afford it, and then at the end of the day, kids are gonna have to pay the price and not be part of a team. Or so like, this is a very like.
Yeah, how do you estimate that roughly? For example, I mean, you have a set fee. Some sports are more expensive.
Yes, so if this was to pass, we're gonna look at all our sports. We're gonna put them in tiers depending on how much it costs us to run the sport. So there are some sports like basketball and football, they cost us way more than tennis. So we're gonna put sports in different tiers, and then each tier we're gonna assign it a fee based on how many students are in that tier.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can we get any advertising money?
Yeah, I know. The
With-
boosters, you know.
With the
There's
best
something-
teams.
Yeah.
T-Mobile, Windsor.
That's going a little too far, becoming entrepreneurial.
Exactly, right, but we can think about it. I just wanted to call out what you just said, Dr. Hayden, about, the costs for football and basketball. However, we also charge for games. So people ask me that all the time. They,
my daughter played basketball and volleyball. Well, why don't we charge for volleyball games? Fulton said, we can charge if we want to. That would deter people from going to games. And so when you think about boys basketball, girls basketball, there's a fee for that. Think about football, there's a fee for that. But it also costs more to run it. There's more security, there's all types of reasons why football is more expensive. So I just wanted to call that out because someone asked me that. And I said, well, there's reasons. So I do appreciate that there's a tiering system for that. I also want to call out that surrounding towns have been pay to play for a decade. And we just haven't gone in that direction. So the fee seems rather modest, but it could be more if we wanted to save more. But it's important to know that your South Windsors and Glastonburys and Farmingtons and Newingtons have been pay to play for quite some time. I have family members that didn't realize that Windsor wasn't. So something to just be said about that. I think Ms. Davis.
Dr. Hattie, I'm not able to do, well, initially on the original budget that we had, and Danielle, you can help with this a little bit, it was 3.7%. That was for like what we had no control over was what was needed to continue the operation. Right? 3.7, and then, no. So the total was 4.97, I believe it was. But 3.7 is what we had no control over, what we needed to continue operating. And then your additional asks were the 1.27 increase.
No, so the additional...
Your initial, prior to this.
Right, so the additional asks were factored into the different buckets. So for example, I've asked for additional staffing that went into the salaries bucket. So it's factored in. So when I'm proposing cutting the things that I've wanted to add, it's taken away from the salary bucket.
Yeah.
So you're looking at that 4 point something that I initially said we have no control over. That included everything that I'm asking for, the additions.
Right. So, yes, I think we're saying the same thing. So the overall was 4.97.
Yep.
Off that, 3.75, I believe.
475. No, yeah, I think it was like 475.
And then your additional ask was like 1.27. So you've reduced your ask. I don't know if you had calculated what your ask is now, because you've reduced the language teachers and you've reduced the paraprofessional.
I reduced the social worker.
Right.
And I also reduced things that were currently in the budget, like a band teacher, or pay to play. Like, so all of these things have been reduced from the original slide that I said these are things that we don't have control over, because all the salaries are under the bucket that we don't have control over.
Ms. Davis, are you asking, you see how in the middle she has the percentages? Are you asking what this new one is if you were to factor all
Just
that in?
her new,
That's what she's
because it'll be kind of nice to, not nice, it'd be good to know what your additional.
Yeah, what that percentage is.
Right, because you didn't have to add the 5 paras and you didn't have to add the enrichment, the language enrichment facilitators, because those are new to what you would like to have done.
No, so the enrichment facilitator was not in my original budget, so that's why it's.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So I guess it doesn't matter, but sometimes for argument's sake, it helps, because when people ask, I can say, this is what is needed to continue operating the school, right? Based on what you told us, right? Forget about anything else that you're asking for. This is what's needed, the contracts, everything else that's needed. But then on top of that, you had some new initiatives, which brought it up to 4.97.
Right.
So I was just kind of wondering if you had figured out what the percentage is, which is a lot lower now, for argument's sake.
Talking contractual obligations versus
Additional things that I was just wondering if you did. I don't need that number, now, but it's kind of good to have it for argument's sake when you separate the both. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are. I guess so that initial rollover amount is what you're really talking, like, if we were rolling everything over, what does it take to operate next year?
Yeah.
Like, that was
the 6.14.
Yeah, so that's what I want to get back to, because that's what it actually was. And the superintendent's proposed budget came in at 4.97, which was less than the actual rollover.
And that 4.75 was contractual obligation.
Right. It's because every ask, there was a decrease. So if we weren't going to ask for the 10 paras, then we can't decrease the special ed supervisor and the social worker. Do you know what I mean? So I kind of understand what you mean, but it's not like apples to apples.
Okay. Hence the joy of this moment we're in. Okay.
I see what you're saying, the trade-offs.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
While I have the floor, just one more thing. I don't understand this, but if you are looking at future cuts, whenever it goes to vote, I don't know, I saw building subs, stipends like PLC leaders, part-time tutors, stipend for event. I'm just wondering if it comes to it that we have to cut some more, what that would mean if there are any future possible adjustments in there.
The stipends are part of the teacher contract. Stipends are for things that will keep, I'm not gonna be cutting stipends because that means I'm gonna be cutting programs. That means we might as well close schools. If we have to cut further, we're gonna have to really, we're gonna cut athletics, just to be completely honest. I'm gonna cut the arts, because our main mission as a school district is to educate kids. So I'm gonna make sure kids get educated.
But there won't
Believe
be
me,
any
I
fun
support.
stuff.
I support your initiatives. You already know that, and I understand. It costs money to run the school system, and I know we're trying to be diligent. It's just a tough battle, but I think we can get it done, and I hope this is it.
Mr. Halleck and then Mr.
No, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Maybe Mr. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, obviously this, reduces some of our contractual obligations, which, it is what it is. That's what the voters wanted us to do. So that's what we're doing. Mike, the only thing I'm not really sold on is the dean of students at the high school. We already have 3 VPs there, plus the principal. So I don't know if you can
So we've always,
tell me on that.
so that was a position that I cut because I wanted to get more mental health support, was the social worker and the school psychologist. So now that I'm being kind of forced to cut the social worker, we still need, we need that dean of student to do the work that the social worker was doing, which is the behavior management, the being proactive, talking to the kids before things become issues. And I think if you don't live at the high school on a regular basis, you have, you wouldn't know what those individuals do. It's a 24/7 job of trying to address the needs of our students, and we've got a lot of students that have very high needs. Our dean of student was the person responsible to run our MTSS system, which is a multi-tiered system of support. This is where we catch kids before it becomes, they get to tier 3, whether it's in behavior, in attendance, in academics. So that position has a whole list of roles and responsibilities that when I decided to cut it, in my mind, I was able to do that so that I can do a trade-off with a social worker who is a certified person who can have these conversations with students, who can do the behavior management, who can do the support, provide the support that we need for the high school. But if I can't have that, then I'm just gonna bring it back to regular, which we've always had a dean of student at the high school.
You at the middle school.
And we do want, yes, and we do have one at the middle school. So this was a trade-off. This was not, I cut it because we don't need it. It was because I thought it was more important for us to have the social worker and the school psychologist.
All right, thank you.
Just pointing out, well, the dean of students was actually new. You didn't have a dean of students.
No, the Dean of Students previously was Coach Fleeting.
No, I'm talking
When I
about
was
when
there?
you were there.
Oh,
No,
no,
there
no,
was
no.
no such
Three,
thing.
yeah.
Three,
no, no.
three,
And-
three,
and-
or three VPs? I didn't.
We had
just
three.
two. Yeah. I think Mr. Bloom maybe, is he gonna leave? Is it? Would you like?
You can go.
It's just, you want to shake our hand?
No, we had three.
Okay.
He's asking when I was there. We had three VPs.
You have three VPs.
Mm-hmm.
How big was the high school? How many students were there?
Mr. Bloom,
Mr.
can we
Yes.
interrupt and
Wait.
just
Oh, of
shake
course,
hands?
of course.
Can we?
Let's
like,
get you out of
shake
here.
it.
Sure, come on, yes.
Great guy.
It's late.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We don't get any more entertaining the longer
Yeah,
we stay.
this is great.
Do you want to take the pen?
This is,
Do you want to take the
he's all
pen? There
done.
you go. It's okay. There you go. I'm glad I could, be of service. Okay, go. Awesome.
All right, son.
He's
That's
ready.
great.
You are
Great
so
job.
motivated,
That's it.
sir. He doesn't even have to, and he's like, you know what? I think for fun, I'll write a cell phone policy. Taking a jab.
James is looking for a financial advisor.
He's buying first, y'all know.
We could all use a good
all
one.
use a good one.
There's all kinds out there, but everybody wants, I'll be your financial advisor. Just give me the money.
Used to my work, which is like, yeah.
I'll go to Rod Eleveld, right?
I do have to ask this. Good luck to you, Mr. Bloom, great guy. I do have to, I know there aren't many in the public maybe watching right now, but we do have to, I would have to ask you why we could not implement something like a opt-out for the, for busing and get the savings. You're saying, can you explain why it is we can't have this done, whatever savings we get from the bus contract? Could we get that ready for September? Is that possible?
So we have put a question in our enrollment forms to ask parents for data collection to let us know if they plan on using our transportation, or they're going to be dropping off, or kids are going to be driving. Now, you have to keep in mind, we never get 100% of our parents to fill in the forms.
Sure.
So we don't have a way to not route kids. Like we have, if a kid is in the radius of a bus and their parents don't do their enrollment forms, we have to assign them a stop. Like it's by law, we have to provide transportation. So that's why we can't just say, okay, like half of our families did not answer that question or did not do their enrollment forms, we're not gonna provide transportation. Unfortunately, by law, we have to. So that's where we are. Now, if we ever get to a point where we have 100% of our parents opting in or out, then we have to talk about the logistics of, I opt out because I'm thinking that I'm gonna drop off my child to school every day, but then my schedule changes and then I want transportation tomorrow. That we have to have a policy that will govern all of this, because it's impossible for us to, we spend the entire summer, DATCO and our transportation coordinator, working on the routes and our stops. So we can't just have it where one day I want a bus stop, one day I don't. Because that's gonna probably cost us even more to go back to DATCO and say, you know what? Now we've got 7 different kids who want to opt in, and now they're not on any particular route, so we're gonna need another route. The logistics does not work that way. Do you want to add anything?
I just want to caution, I know this is all with New Haven, but they haven't actually successfully done it yet.
Who?
New Haven.
New Haven.
Oh,
There's a lot of talk, and they're trying, but the bottom line is, like, we are obligated to drive every student to school. So I'm not, like, there's going to be legal issues coming out of New Haven with parents because you can't make someone sign a waiver that you're not going to pick them up. It's going to be a lawsuit. I'm just wait for it because it's going to be a lawsuit. What we currently do, what we've done for many years is DATCO, each driver tracks the number of kids that do not get on a bus at their stop the whole month of September. So then mid-October, we look at those routes, and that's how we start to shave times off, and then we'll send an email to all parents and say, look at the routes again, the times are changed, because we just take them off. If we haven't seen them in a whole month, we take them off the route, and then we wait for that phone call, possibly upset parent, my kid didn't get picked up today. Well, your kid hasn't rode a bus for 2 months. And then we'll deal with each of those individually. But we've been actually doing this all along for the first 2 months of school. The problem is they don't ride every day, but they definitely ride 3 times a week. And that's where we have to transport them. And I just really caught this whole New Haven thing. I promise you, there's going to be lawsuits up the wazoo.
Which will not be a money saving.
Right.
Well, that's the thing that people don't talk about.
No, they don't. They love the news stories, and that this is what they're doing, but
Well,
they haven't done it yet.
I mean, is there any argument that there are so many people being dropped off that it's a problem, and that those who are not walkers or whatever it is that you do, I presume we still have walkers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of the problems, of course, is that we don't have neighborhood schools at the elementary. That's one big.
It's too far.
That's a huge. That became a big problem when we started that. But is there any argument that we should say that you have to go on the bus and not be driven unless?
Good luck with that.
Love it. But
we can't force anyone to get on the bus.
Well,
You
I'm
also
just,
wanna
you
pay
know,
for bus
just
monitors then.
If you look at the distance by law you have to be to your school that you qualify for the bus, I think about Ms. Zotter's daughter, that is far. It's 1.5 miles by herself. They have to drop her. She would never do that. I would never walk that far from school, a little girl by herself. And so I'm hearing a lot of, in my day, sorry, but it's actually quite a distance. When you're thinking about a 6th grader, I'm just like.
And their backpacks weighs more than she does.
Mm-hmm.
And just to add another layer that you guys don't see is the amount of complaints and calls we get because of wildlife.
What?
Wildlife.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
We've driven our kids to school because there have been bears in our
We have more
neighborhood.
parents complaining, like, there's bears in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
My kid can't walk, which I get, but we can't control the wildlife.
Right.
I mean, there's just a lot of factors that go into the everyday operation with the school buses. If you really, well, it's not money, I don't know, never mind.
Well,
What were you really thinking, Danielle?
it does. It is an annoyingly high cost, though. This busing, this didn't turn out well. Brian Bosch reminds me of this. He voted in opposition.
What, DACO?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't even operable anymore.
We're doing-
Tell him to buy a fleet of buses and we'll consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be there has to be some way of getting around this. It's getting ridiculous.
We can definitely try. Like, if parents will agree, and you know what, principals are the best source of who drives their students, their kids. So maybe we look at the data we get from the new registration, but also ask the principals, who are the parents dropping every single day? And then we can reach out to those parents separately, like, will you sign a waiver?
Yeah.
I mean, if they'll sign it, then great. We
Yeah.
just can't make them. Right. So maybe that's how, but that's not feasible to flip by September.
Well, but also, how many kids would have to opt out of the
For
bus
them to
in
be-
one,
for
like,
there to
because
be
they're
cost
so,
savings.
they're
Yeah.
so spread out that, like, I don't even know, even if we had, 150 parents that opted out, like, based on where they are geographically, doesn't necessarily mean we could cut back a bus.
This conversation will only work, Mr. Panos and team, if we went back to neighborhood schools. I've said it, but again, to do that, people feel very, very attached to where their kids go to school, to the point where I know some folks that have moved from one place to another place, and they say, well, I'll just drive them because I want to be I'm just out of the sky. I'm staying at Pequannock. And it's good, making them go all out of their way, but they won't. They'll move from one place in town to another. And then I remember when I was looking for my new house, I was like, will he be able to go to JFK still? I didn't want to interrupt the system because of COVID. I didn't want to interrupt his routine and change his school. And so it's really interesting. I mean, I understand why we did what we did to factor in all-day kindergarten, but I'd be willing to bet you the only thing that is going to stop the cost is because we are shooting kids from one end of Windsor to the other. And
Especially
this
little
is,
ones.
yeah, littles.
It used to be to have K through 6, JFK, when you, it was K through 6, and by the way, all you had was a principal. You have a lot more staff now than you had at that, but that's the way, and they were neighborhood schools.
You didn't have to drive them all
And you
over.
didn't have to drive them.
That's the
and
cost,
we have
I'm telling you.
It's kind of a big district.
It's
to be
huge.
Dragging
It
kids
is
all the way.
The
to-
other problem is then we pay for bus monitors. We pay a ton of money for bus monitors because we're sticking 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, 50 of them on a bus with no supervision. At least when it was neighborhood schools, you had the 5th and 6th graders watching the kindergarten 1 and 2s. You know what I mean? So.
And not going
If I'm
so
not
far.
And not going so far.
If I'm not mistaken, you have a hard time finding bus monitors.
Oh, very hard. Very, very hard.
Right, but that doesn't,
Ms. Otter, and then Mr. Lockhart.
my question is, because I know that there were a lot of other driving decisions behind it other than just kindergarten, because it was, right, there, so like the redistricting, going back to neighborhood schools is not something I think that we could even
I don't think there's
do.
an
Well, I don't
So
know.
I just
mean,
want to make
Look
sure.
at the numbers. No one's looked at the numbers here. Everything has changed. It used to be that there were, the reason, it was, when, JFK was 45% minority, okay? That was one of the high schools. Then you had, Pequannock had like 5% or 4% in OE. And so there was a big difference. The state came in and mandated, said you're too far out of the average over here, so you have to do something. So it was a big hullabaloo. It's a big,
Wasn't there also a
so this is
component
what
from a
they
special
finally
ed?
came up with, and they took folks from where Leonard is, and they moved them up, Pequannock, right? Yes, and
Stephen.
kids down in Wilson, and all the way, so you had all this cross, but that was in the early 90s, late 80s, that came about, and, it caused a lot of friction, by the way.
Wasn't it
So-
also distribution
come
in
out.
special education as well?
Yes, so the special education distribution is also a factor. That will all come out in our studies. So all the studies that we're doing, they're going to be looking at all of that.
Mr. Lockhart, one just begin.
Not on this, but seeing that we have not finished our agenda and we have to go into executive session, is a motion, I move that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Son of a monkey.
Oh, I was going to call the
Be
question.
the last time.
It's better than what I could actually
Calling the question.
So there's a motion to extend to 11 o'clock.
I'm not the smartest girl in the room, but I at least got to say
All right.
We're not going to make it to 10:30 because we have to go into executive session.
Okay, I second it.
Okay, there's a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock and seconded. All those in favor?
Reluctantly, aye.
Any opposition? Abstention, motion carries 800. Back to Ms. Davis, you wanted to call the question?
Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation. I like it, but I don't think we're going to be able to solve that today. And there are too many legal issues and laws and all sorts of things. So if we can, yes, please.
You need 2/3 to end the.
Yeah, or were you still talking?
No, I'm
Okay.
not done.
Is anybody have
But just
anything?
formally speaking.
Yes, I mean,
Mr.
if we can
Halleck
stop
had
initially.
something?
Yeah, I
You
just
okay?
had
Sure,
one more
sure.
question about what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of students. Is that gonna be a new person or someone stepping in, or like a teacher or someone stepping into that role?
For which role? The dean?
The dean?
The dean of
We-
students.
The dean of students.
We're gonna have to post it and.
So it could be internal.
It could be internal or external.
Okay, so why wouldn't we just hire, a social worker for that role and save ourselves, I think it was 25,000? Would that be a possibility, or?
You mean instead of the dean of student, just
Yeah.
cut the dean of student and keep the social worker?
Correct.
It's, I had a conversation with the building team and, I asked like, what can we cut from the additions that we asked for above and beyond? And so the idea here is that the dean of student was a position that we had. So like, this is something that I chose to cut to get the social worker. So now, because the perception is that we're adding new things. So I'm taking away the ads, right? And I'm just going back to what we had. So that's why I'm keeping the dean of student, taking away the social worker. That way we haven't added anything. We're just doing what we did last year in terms of staffing.
Got it. Any other discussion before we entertain a motion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I think someone else should do the motion because I have a substitute. So I can't make a substitute and be the maker of the main motion.
Okay.
I move the Board of Education accept the proposed budget cuts as presented to the board by Acting Superintendent Dr. Noha Abdel Hadi.
Second it.
All right.
Okay, so there's.
I would like to offer a substitute motion. I move that the Board of Education, to achieve the $1,121 cut as mandated by the Town Council, that we cut the remaining insurance balance, which is $850,000, that we cut 2 proposed world language teachers at $150,000, and that the remaining $121 be balanced out from the all schools level funding, totaling $1,121.
Is there a second?
No.
Second?
The 850K is from the
Just for clarity, before you make, anyone agrees, to prepare for, the original was $1 million. For the first budget cut, 150 was taken off the table. There remains $850,000. So I am proposing that we cut the balance of the $850,000, the $150 for world language, and the $121 for all school level funding, with the premise that if we need the remaining balance, that we go to the town council and they help us fund it. Since they mandated us to cut the $1,121, we put it back on them. That is the stance that I wish to take as a Board of Ed member.
Leonard, I'm a little bit lost, sorry.
Yeah, but you're taking everything out of insurance then?
Absolutely.
Because you had added in $1 million?
So the original budget before any referendum, before the first referendum, it was $1 million.
For the
The referendum failed. So when we came back for the initial cuts, $150,000 was taken. So there was a remaining balance of $850,000 in that line item to cover the insurance.
Yes.
I am now asking that we zero that out and we cut the remaining $850. And then we cut two second language teachers, leaving two remaining, leaving the paras, and then balance out the rest with the 121 from the all-school level funding for a total of $1,121,000.
So your cuts are going to be the balance $850 for the insurance, keep the 10 paras,
Yes,
cut 2 language teachers.
which is $150,000.
Okay.
And then the 121 will come out of the bringing all schools back to level funding line where they can balance it out amongst the schools.
I see.
My
But
question,
then, go ahead.
go ahead.
I'm just explaining it so before
I
someone wants to
understand.
second it or just dies, just want to make sure you understand exactly what I'm proposing.
But then wouldn't we wouldn't need if we do the 2 secondary language teachers, and we wouldn't need the 2.
So my motion is substituting what Dr. Haiti has proposed. So what Dr. Haiti proposed, I'm giving you a totally different option than what she's giving you. It dies to a lack of second, and that's fine.
But I see what you're saying, Ms. Zatter, because that doesn't make any sense, because then she didn't ask for both the social worker and the dean of students, she asked for one.
Right, so
No, no, no.
Everything else would be void.
So, whatever, I took what she did and I put it to the side and I offered a substitute motion for the 1,121,000. So I'm not taking anything into consideration of what she's presenting for the cuts for the 1,121,000. I'm stating instead of what she's doing to save everybody in staff and programs, I am saying we cut the 850 that's remaining. We cut the 2 world language teachers, 2 of them, so we still had 2, and then the remaining 121 from the school leveling.
So, with this being said, the only plus side I could see to this is if we did what you said, Leonard, and it goes back to the voter and it fails, at least we have this to come back to.
Well, at this point, just so that we can stay clean, I want to make sure everyone understood exactly what I'm doing. I'm not taking any consideration to what Dr. Haiti has presented. I'm giving you something totally to consider, and it's either we second the motion or it dies to a lack of second.
And what did you say about asking the council for money if something?
If we need that $1 million like we proposed in the original budget, we will go back to the town like anything else. If we run out of money for whatever reason, we go back to the town council because they're the ones that cut our original proposed budget. That is the stance that I am personally taking.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Panos?
I think their town council is pretty clear.
Well,
And therefore they're going to say, okay, take it out, you know, you've got that, you're going to have to take it out anyway, somewhere else, you know, so I don't think this is a good idea.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, based off of them, I'm not hearing a second, so the motion request dies to a lack of second. And I think that's what I'm hearing from the board. Right.
Not that I don't want to, but
I like where your head is at, but I think the people unfortunately, I think people are out for blood, and I think the stance is just, they want to see us make cuts. And the idea that we're cutting insurance, but then we could ask the town to pay for it, that's just more townspeople looking at us and saying, we refuse to do anything. And I like where your head's at, because it preserves everything we would want to preserve, but that's not what people want to see. They don't want to, they don't want to see stuff preserved. They just want to know, like, we're making cuts because kids these days are soft.
Understood.
I don't know if kids are, well, okay.
So
There
we're
are
back.
people, there are
So, Madam
people in
Chair,
our town
Madam
that are
Chair,
definitely
I believe
thinking
we're
that
back
way.
on the main motion.
Yes, I do believe we're back on the main motion. That was second, and so we're discussing that motion. Is there further discussion on any of the items that you see here? looking to my right.
I think
Call
this
the
is,
question, please.
I'm just asking for if there's any more discussion on it.
no, I think this is, I hate to see it, but I think you have very conscientiously looked at everything and made cuts where they are. I hate the idea of pay to play because I think it makes us better than other towns, but I also think in this instance, it's necessary. And I just, yeah, I hope this is enough.
Ms. Bonds, did you have something? Anybody on this side?
We're done here, huh? Call the question, have to call the vote.
Sure. All right, there's a motion on the floor. Could we have it read again?
Move the Board of Education accept the proposed budget cuts as presented to the board by Acting Superintendent Dr. Noha Abdelhadi.
I might have to roll call, Robin. Thank you.
Absolutely. This is Robin Daly from the superintendent's office. Maxine Davis,
Yes.
Jeremy Hallett,
Yes. In the
Becky
spirit
G-
of compromise, yes.
Oh, sorry, unfortunately, yes.
Leonard Lockhart,
I'll be voting no. I'm of the belief that these are hard cuts to the Windsor Board of Education, our staff and our programs, and the real cuts have been coming from the Board of Ed side. It's consistently coming from the Board of Ed side. We're consistently asked to be cut and cut and cutting. We are definitely empathetic to those with what's going on with the tax burdens, but at the same time, I am responsible as a voting board member to make sure that I advocate and fight for the funding and the programs that we should be having in Windsor Public Schools. These are very difficult, hard cuts that I don't think I saw on the town side, and it is going to be detrimental yet again another year for our children, staff, and programs. So I emphatically vote no.
James Madison,
Yes.
Paul Panos,
I think that this is an appropriate thing to do. The town side has taken much bigger hits proportional to their budget. There are a lot of there's a lot of flexibility in the education budget. This is not, it's possible that we could cut more, I believe, but I think that this is a fair list of things to cut. So I'll vote yes.
Ayanna Taylor,
It's unfortunate when we have to do the things we need to do, and although I fight for our kids every single day of my life, these are my kids, my kids are affected. I also feel like we can't fight alone. 2 referendum have failed. We can't fight this alone, and so when you don't participate in the things that are important to you, oftentimes difficult decisions have to be made. And so with that, we're going to do this. If it fails again, we're going to have to come back again and cut again. So I hope this stings at least a little bit, that people are now touching the hot stove, because you know what? Sometimes you have to find out. Sometimes people have to have skin in the game. So I vote yes, sadly, but I also understand that we have to do something that will pass. So I hope that the chatter will quiet online, and this is enough to get this done, because it's more than enough. Is my humble opinion. This is more than enough. Thank you.
Tracy Zotter,
Reluctantly, because I hate that we're cutting a lot of this, but to Mr. Halleck's point, in the spirit of compromise, yes.
7 yes, 1 no, no abstentions, passes.
Thank you, team, for making the hard decisions that we have to make. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Haiti and team. Moving right along to committee reports, which I don't believe we have any. I know things are going to be tossed to, a lot of things are going to be tossed to committees, so stay tuned there. Other matters, announcements, and regular Board of Ed meetings. What I'm going to do is share the next Board of Ed meetings and committee meetings, and then we can go around if there's any announcements before we head to audience to visitors so that we can get into executive session. So next regular Board of Ed meeting is Tuesday, September 15th, 2026, 7 p.m. Right here in the LP boardroom, hybrid, of course. And then there's a long-range planning committee meeting set for Thursday, September 10th at 2026, 6 p.m., and that is virtual. So I'll look to my right on any announcements. Ms. Jacobson?
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Hallett?
No announcements. Congratulations to the class of 2026, and I hope everyone has a great summer.
Thank you. Ms. Otter?
No.
Okay. Ms. Davis?
Just want to say thank you to the staff at OE, Principal Gruber, and of course, Assistant Principal Woods, and all the teachers and staff for the wonderful job that they did this year. And looking forward to next things with Dr. Hady's new rollout for next year.
Thank you. Mr. Lockhart?
Thank you. Congratulations to the class of 2026. And everyone, please be safe during your vacation time and watch out for your fellow man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Madison? Mr. Panos?
I'm all set.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, class of 2026. Happy Juneteenth. 250th year of our nation. A lot of, heat. Please don't leave babies and dogs in the car. I'm surprised you didn't. You always say it, and you didn't say it. And pool safety. I can't stress that enough. A child drowned at High Meadow, which breaks my heart. So we need to just be vigilant. Please be vigilant. And that is all from my seat, Ms. Daly.
Good evening. This is Robin Daly from the Superintendent's Office. If anyone from the public would like to address the board, you may do so in two ways. You may type your name, address, and comment into the Q&A feature in the Zoom application, or you may speak by clicking raise hand and dialing *9 within the Zoom app. When you're called on to speak, you'll be given 3 minutes to state your name, address, and comment. Please do not place the call on speakerphone. No comments can be made by the board. No comments can be made against the employees of the school district or children outside of your own, and no comments will be made by the board at this time. There are attendees online, but there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Anyone in the boardroom that wishes to speak? Mr. Slate.
They don't have to sign in again. Short Slate, 74 Ethan Drive. Ms. Jacobson, your comment is right on the money. Mr. Panos, I hope you meant what you said, that the cuts that they made on the town side are real. That should be, James, glowing transparency. My comment is about, I call it the Lockhart Commission. I won't go any further than that. Just some comments on that. Since you talked about transportation, I attended that first meeting to keep Leonard in line. And the governor talked about Indianapolis as maybe more of a regional busing system as opposed to town by town. Just an idea. The one that really caught my ear was the possibility, the notion that your staff's medical benefits go through the state. That would be monumental, especially if their co-pays are low. There was an initial 70-plus page slideshow. I'll send that along. I know Leonard could. Oh, for next school year, please consider adding to your agenda Mr. Lockhart's monthly reports on how his commission is doing. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming out of that. Maxine, I will be sending some nice comments to them about unfunded liabilities. In the slideshow, There is the email K12commission@ct.gov if you want to make comments. If you don't want to make them yourself, you can give them to Leonard, or you can send them to me, and I'll send them along after I couch it so that you can remain anonymous. I mentioned to one of the consultants that since I got back involved after I retired, the alliance districts were not, it was a myth, it is a myth that it was the bottom 30. It was not that. I told her to talk to the now retired Bill Howe, that it was the bottom something or other, and then some other considerations. And if they can do anything to dispel that myth, it would be nice. The governor also mentioned you are not alone. There's some always yes vote towns that are voting no. We are not alone in that. The pain on this is not of our situation nationally and the state is not Windsor only. It's affected some towns that would surprise some people, and the governor mentioned that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom wishes to speak?
Bueller? Bueller?
Unanimous consent to close audience. Wonderful. Thank you. Is there a motion? Sorry, is there a motion?
Yes. Move the board enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the collective bargaining agreement for the Windsor Board of Education Administrative Professionals Employees, UPSEU Local 424, Unit 149, inviting Acting Superintendent Dr. Noha Abdel-Hadi and Chief of Operations Daniel Batchelder, with action anticipated in an open session.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
Okay. All those in favor in heading into executive session, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposition, abstention, the ayes have it, 800, and we are in executive session at 10:28. Thanks for coming, Sarah. Thanks for coming, Mr. Slate. Okay. You'll be here, right?
Is there a caffeine IV?
taste like car because they have to be low carb.
I'm gonna get you a box of them.
Yum. I don't want to taste like wall. Yeah, it's like chewing drywall, but it does the job. Yep. Yeah, but thank you, new parliamentarian. Come on, you coming from Bennett's spot. I like this. Great. We are back in session at 10:45. Is there a motion?
Move that the Board of Education ratify the agreement between the Windsor Board of Education and the Windsor Administrative Professionals Union, UPSEU Local 424, Unit 149, covering the period from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Wonderful. Any discussion? Okay, let's call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The vote passes 8-0-0. Is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned at
Wow.
10:40.